And what happens to the gunman as he's pushed against the wall?
Njengoba epushwa ke uyena ke uLongo empushela edongeni kwenzekani kuyena ugunman.
Noma ngasamnaka phela ukuthi kwenzakalani ngoba kwavela kwasukuma uSenzo la eceleni kwami. So obviously bese kusukuma uSenzo obviously angisabunaka kahle angasaboni kahle.
Although I didn't take note of him because that's when Senzo started to get up next to me. So obviously when Senzo got up, that's when I didn't pay much attention to him.
And at this stage, when Longwe pushes the gunman to get away from the house, where is the second intruder?
Nalesikhathi ke uLongwe epusha ugunman ukuphi lo wesibili lo wesibili wangena.
Njoba ngishilo ukuthi owesibili ngangambonanga ngesikhathi ngene wokuqala. Owesibili ngamnothisa ngesikhathi sekusukuma after uLongwe sephuma ukuthi khona umuntu wesibili ngishilo ngiyaqala.
As I explained before that when the first intruder came in, I did not notice the second intruder. The first time that I noticed the second intruder was when now Longo was on his way out and then the others started to get up.
What I'm trying to get at is this. Could it be that the second intruder was somewhere in the house, in the kitchen area, in the lunch area? You did not notice him, but he was there.
Engizama ukwazi ke noma ukuthola ukuthi kungenzeka yini ukuthi lo wesibili wayekhona vele ke mhlasimbe elounge ekitchen ukuthi nje wena awuzange umbone.
Yebo kungenzeka.
Yes, that's possible.
And we are also at Edom that the second intruder is the taller one of the two intruders, correct?
Siyavumelana futhi ke ukuthi lo wesibili ke mude kulaba oyena omude kulaba bawu2.
Yebo siyavumelana.
Yes, we are at Edom.
And with respect to the type of a weapon that he had on him, we also agreed that as per your testimony, it's either a knife or a sharpish object, correct?
Siyavumelana ke nangesikhali awesiphethe lona omude ke ukuthi is ummese noma ke i-object nje esharp.
Sivumelana ngamuphi ngalo wesibili?
You didn't stick to a particular description. You vacillated between knife or sharp.
The question is, are you referring to the second intruder?
The second intruder, the taller one.
Yes, okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to put it to you that this story of Longwe Thwala pushing the first intruder out and running out of the house is not correct. It's not the truth.
Ngizothi kuwena ke lokhu okushoyo ukuthi uLongwe Thwala waphusha lona okokuqala ke osilona amchaza ngokuthi ugunman ke abe seyophuma endlini akulona iqiniso.
Angazi ukuthi akulona iqiniso ukuthi ngabe yini.
I don't know if you say it's not the truth, then what is it?
I'm going to demonstrate it. We'll take it bit by bit and arrive at a conclusion that clearly shows there were no intruders in the house. Longwe Thwala was there in the house as the shot is fired, but we'll take it step by step.
Sizohamba nayo ke sizofika lapho ke ukuthi sikhombiseke ukuthi abekho abantu abangena lapha yanendlini kusho uLongwe Thwala wayikhona endlini ngalenkathi kudutshulwa.
I
think that we'll be making a mistake there.
Now let's move forward. At the time Longwe Thwala gets up and does this pushing and whatever movements that you say he did, it was clear now to the people in the house, even yourself, who believed at first that this was a joke or perhaps somebody known to the occupants of the house, that now this was a clear robbery. No joke, no somebody that they know, correct?
Can you break it and make it short, please?
Okay, thank you. At that time, Longwe Thwala stands up and confronts or goes towards the armed intruder.
Ngalesikhathi uLongwe Thwala sesukuma eyake kulona owayephethe isibhamu.
Everybody now in the house is clear. This is an armed robbery.
sekucace kuye wonke umuntu ke okhona la endlini ukuthi cha manje ke lana sekubanjwe inkunzi.
Kumina ngeke ngikhulumele abanye abantu. Kumina mhlawumbe ngaba kanjalo. Abanye abantu ngizizwa bakhulumela ukuthi bayabona noma babonile.
To me, I won't speak on behalf of the others. To me, yes, but whether the others, it was clear to them or not, I cannot speak on behalf of them.
And precisely per point, to you exactly, because at first you thought that person is a person known to the Kumalos or to the deceased or any person in the house.
Yebo kunjalo kuwena ke ngoba ke eqaleni ngithi ke ucabangela mhlasimbe ukuthi lo muntu lo noma lo yamuntu lo yana kwakuumuntu owaziwayo ke mhlasimbe umufi noma ke mhlambe uyaziwa khona lapha yana kwakhumalo.
Yebo kumina.
Yes, to me.
And in a robbery situation, Longwe stands up suddenly, in fact, to the surprise of anyone in the house, correct?
Into lena ke asithi uLongwe nakho ke manje useyasukuma ke futhi ke kuleyo nto ayenzayo ke sekumangazeka wonke umuntu nje okhona phakathi endlini. Amagama wonke umuntu uyamangala phakathi endlini ukuthi nangu uLongwe sukuma kodwa lana kubanjwe inkunzi.
Yebo kumina.
Yes, to me.
Uyamangaza.
It was surprising.
And the gunman does not say to Longwe, on the ground or sit down.
Futhi ke lona ophethe isibhamu akukho akushoyo kuLongwe noma athi hey wena hlala phansi noma phansi shona phansi akukho.
Yebo akukho akusho kuyena.
Yes, he said nothing to him.
And your story is that Longwe Thwala pushes the armed intruder away, who's in possession of a gun, and the gunman does not try to restrain Longwe Thwala from running from the house.
Futhi ke uyaqhubeka ke uthi uLongwe Thwala uphusha ke lo ophethe isibhamu futhi akukho nje akwenzayo lona ke ophethe isibhamu ukuzama nje ukuthi ke aphoqa ke uLongwe ukuthi angaphuma endlini anganyakaza angenzi lutho noma ngerestraineke. Yes.
And your story further is that the same gunman does not even shoot at Longwe from stopping him from leaving the house during a robbery.
Yes, he didn't shoot him.
Yeah. And your story further is that the second intruder, who you may notice or not notice, but is there, does not even prevent Longwe. And this intruder is also armed with a knife or an object similar to a knife that is sharp.
Manje ke udluleke kulona wesibhamu uya kulo wesibili ke nalo wesibili ke akukho akwenzayo ukuvimba uLongwe futhi lo wesibili umchazileke ukuthi ebephethe ummese noma ebheka ngathi ummese noma ke le object esharp.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes. And your story further is that both the first and the second intruders do not pursue or chase after Longwe as he runs out of the house, correct?
Kufakazi bakho ke futhi ukuthi noma kulo boqala noma nalo wesibili akekho nje kubona noba bona bobabili abamsukela noma bamjaha uLongwe ukuthi angaphumi endlini.
Yebo akekho bamjaha vele.
Yes, they did not pursue him.
My suggestion to you will be that this apparent act of bravado from Longwe Thwala did not happen.
Engizokusho ke kuwena mina ke ukuthi lesenzo lesike sokuthi abe nesibindi ke uLongwe ukuthi into leyo engazange yenzeke.
Angazi ukuthi ufuna ukuthi ngize ngichaze kanjani ngoba ngakutshela into eyenzeka leyo. uLongwe yena ngiyombiza azele la ayichazeleni ukuthi wadlula kanjani ebantwini kodwa uLongwe lapha wadlula ebantwini wadlula kumuntu.
I don't know how you want me to explain it, but I'm saying to you that is what happened. You will then have to call Longwe and let him describe as to how he got past the people. But Longwe went past those people.
And I put it further that this apparent act of bravado is at odds with a real life robbery situation.
Ukuthi lento nje into nje engahlangani futhi ke ephambene nesimo esijwayelekile noma isimo nje la khona ke sekubanjwa inkunzi impela ukuthi akusiona nje indlela ekungenzeka noma ekwenzeka ngayo le oyichazayo.
Unfortunately ukuthi wena uyibuka kanjani akusho ukuthi akusoze yenzeka leyo nto ngoba yenzekile ngangikhona ngayibona yenzeka phambi kwami.
Unfortunately, the manner in which you see it or as to how it should happen, it's that I personally, I saw it, it happened right in front of my eyes. Or it doesn't, the way that you saw it, you say it doesn't happen like that. It's so unfortunate that you think like that.
I'm going to put it to you further that your mere say so, your Ipsy Dixit counts for nothing, and I'll tell you why. Just as a digression. You said you saw a firearm with intruder number 1. When I asked you about the details of that firearm, you developed amnesia.
When I go for us back, ushilo ukuthi kulo wokuqala wangena wabona ispam. Uma ngabe selikubuza ngemininingwane yaso ispam wase ukhohlwa ke manje. Usufikela ukhohlwa noma usuqala ukhohlwa.
Angizange ngize ngifikele ukukhohlwa. Ngeke ngize ngidescribe into noma kuthiwa ngiyibonile kodwa ngize ngidescribe into ukuthi into ikanjani. I did not ukukhohlwa lokho. Ngoba ngiyakutshela isibhamu sasikhona. But wena musuthi angisichaze isibhamu esinjani ngathi ngakutshela ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngisichaze isibhamu. So ukukhohlwa kanjani ke lokho?
I did not develop amnesia, but I cannot describe something. I saw it, but I told you that I could not describe it. That's not developing amnesia.
Regarding the second weapon, the knife, similarly, I asked you the knife, the length, the blade.
Futhi ke nakulo sesibili ke isikhali ummese lona ngakubuza ke nalapho imininingwane.
Then selective memory loss. Ngeke ngiyazi. I don't remember it.
Nalapho ke wakhohlwa ke noma ke awakhumbula.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi it's a sharp object. Ngakuchazela ukuthi it's either knife or a sharp object. So umuntu mayibambile into uzoyibona kanjani lento yakhe ukuthi ngakana ngoba phela uyibambile.
As I said that it was a sharp object, either a knife or a sharp object. And when someone is carrying something, how are you able to see the length of it? Because this person is carrying it or is holding it.
Like I'm saying, we're going to take it slow. I'm going to show you've got 5 versions of that incident with written police statements. Now, this is the 6th time under oath that you are talking about this incident, and I'll show from your statements, evidence in chief, how you vacillate between the issues, how you've got selective memory.
I am trying. Your statements are very long. I'm going to try.
I'll come back.
It's okay.
Okay, the witness indicates that he hears
I
you.
hear you.
Okay, my pendulum.
No, objection, my lord. The purpose of interpretation is not for the witness only. It's for the accused as well. The fact that the witness understands English does not that our clients have to be prejudiced in the process. As the court pleases, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Amsiki, can you repeat what you
Indeed, so,
can
my
you
lord.
keep it
Short.
to a manageable
Yes. What I'm putting to you is that on certain matters, you are matter of fact.
Engikushoyo kuwena ukuthi kuyinto ezithize wena ke unesiqiniseko sakho saloko kushoyo.
But on uncomfortable matters, you develop amnesia.
But kodwa ke kwizimo ke noma kwizinto ke la khona ke uzizwa ukuthi cha la awuzizwa kahle ke ila ukhohlwa khona.
Let's go forward. Now, you'll also agree with me that Thwala escaping from the house from the intruders that still have other people captive in the house gives him an opportunity to sound an alarm and seek help.
Uyavuma-ke ukuthi kule testimony sokuthi uLongwe-ke yena-ke wakwazi-ke noma wakhona-ke ukuthi aphume abeseshiya-ke ukuthi bakhona-ke abantu la ababanjiwe-ke noma abagciniwe-ke ukuthi bekuyisikhathi-ke noma ithuba lakho uLongwe lokuthi njengoba esephumele ngaphandle kokuthi acele usizo.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini kodwa-ke at the end of the day angeke ngize ngikhulumele uLongwe but ngiyayizwa lento oyishoyo.
Yes,
ngeke ngizokhulumela uLongwe ukuthi wenzeni wangenzani. Uyena ufana azoyichazela yena la enkantolo. Mina ungangibuza ngami ngokwenzeka.
Lokho engicelayo kumele nakuwe ngiyacela mfethu ngiyacela. I hear what you are saying, but unfortunately I cannot speak on behalf of Longwe. What you are saying I hear, yes, but that would then require Longwe to come to court and explain that.
I take that answer, it's fair.
Okay.
Now, your further story is that when Longwe pushed the gunman out and ran out of the house, then the rest of the people in the house had an opportunity to get out of the sofas and approach the two intruders, correct?
Uqhubekekile washo-ke ukuthi inkathi-ke uLongwe esesukuma-ke esephuma-ke endlini yila khona-ke abanye abala phakathi endlini bathola ithuba lokuthi nabo besebesukuma-ke baye kubona labantu abawu-2.
Yebo Senzo nje kakhulukazi ngangibona nje bengisho ukuthi uyena oqala wayangabona so ngizokhuluma kangalokho kakhulu uyena oqala wayangabona lo muntu.
Yes, Senzo especially because it's the first one that I saw. I noticed that approached the person.
Let's take it from there. The first person that you see approaching the intruders is the deceased. Which intruder specifically does he go to?
Usho-ke noma ushilo-ke ukuthi owokuqala umuntu owambona eyabona-ke abantu laba-ke umufi imuphi kulaba ababili aya kuyena.
Uloyi la phambili oqala.
The first one that they approach the first one.
The first one then will be
Gunman.
the gunman, the shorter one.
Ulomfishane.
Yebo.
Yes.
And who's the next set of people that stand up and which intruder do they approach?
Kwase kulandela obani-ke okusukuma futhi labo-ke bona-ke baya kuwuphi kulaba ababili.
Noma ngeke ngize ngibe neshow kahle ukuthi kwakobani babesebesuma ngoba ngavele kwenzeka izinto fast ngoba ngiyakhumbula nje bengisho ukuthi nami anginakanga kakhulu kwasenzela ngathatha ifoni yami ngala.
Although I won't be certain as to who were the next one now to get up because everything then happened fast, and as I also mentioned that I also took my phone from where it was.
Yes.
And then, according to your testimony now, this is where the scuffle begins, correct?
Ila khona kwaseqala khona-ke iscaffold.
Yebo.
Yes.
Mr. CEO, if I can have photo 15, please. Yeah, exhibit B. My Lord, if I can have photo 15 of exhibit B be displayed. Now, for record purposes, photo 15, would you agree with me that a depiction of the kitchen area in the Kumalo household?
Lana isibona ikhishi lapha namba Khumalo kwesithombe 15.
Yebo.
Yes.
And now you personally, having been in that house, would we agree that in terms of size, that's the tiniest kitchen? It's a very small kitchen, correct?
Manje ngumuntu owayelapha yanandi uzovuma-ke ukuthi lela kitchen incane.
Ima ngize ngisho phela ukuthi lona ikhishi elincane kakhulu ngokubeka kwakho kodwa yilona ikhisha lelikhulu.
Although I wouldn't say just as you put it that it is the smaller kitchen, but the kitchen is not big.
Now, in terms of your evidence in chief, your story is that next to the kitchen, next to the sink, that is on the right hand side, the people that were there during the scuffle would be the deceased, the two intruders, Tumelo Madala, Makumalo, and Zandile Kumalo.
Ushiba wekufakazi bakho ukuthi lapho ehlala right la kunesinki eduze kwesinki khona abantu babelapha yana ke bakuwumufi ilabo abantu babili abangena uPumelo uZandile noma wathi.
Yebo.
Yes.
You say those did what? You say those people, you say they did what?
They were the people that were involved in various scuffles in that cramped up space.
Yeah.
Now, just to single out one person, Tumelo Madala, how mobile was he during that time? Because your testimony is that Makumalo and Zandile Kumalo were using both his crutches to assault the gunmen.
Uma ngingakhuluma ke ngoTumelo ke ukuhamba noma ke ama-movements akhe ke uTumelo aye kanjani ngoba ke kufaka bakushiwa ukuthi uMakhumalo kanye naye ke uZandile bobabili babephethe ama-crutch akhe. Manje ufuna ukwazi ke ukuthi ukuhamba kaTumelo noma ama-movements akhe aye kanjani ayehamba kanjani.
Mawuthi ukuhamba kwakhe are you referring mhlawumbe ukuthi wayeqhuga noma wayengoba understand kahle
I don't understand when you say how mobile was he. Are you trying to say was he limping or?
I'm referring exactly to specifically relating to his injury.
Yena wahamba ngaphandle kwawo ngalesa sikhathi ngoba phela lawa ayi2 ama-crashes akhe ayeshaya beshaya ngayo uMakazandile noma beshaya ngayo so ngiyacabanga mhlawumbe wayexhuga urenza ngangabinaki nami uthi uyaxhuga noma wenzani.
He was walking or he was moving without them because the clutches are the two clutches that were used by Makhumalo and Zandile to assault. So I don't know whether he was limping or what because I wasn't concentrating on that.
Yes.
Now, your story is that the deceased and Tumelo Madala were involved in the so-called scuffle with the second intruder. That will be the taller of the two intruders.
uTumelo kanye naye umufi bobabili babe kwiscaffle kade njalo umufi both of them were involved with the second one.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Uyabuthi ke
Usho mina lokho.
Is that what I said?
That was your evidence in chief.
Mina ngathi nalo mude.
I said with the tall
Or
one.
ngathi bobabili. Angikaze ngipoint out ukuthi lo mude mina.
I never pointed out that the tall one.
But iscaffle sasibona bobabili ngaku into ngisho ukuthi iscaffle sasibona boba u2 nabo labo abawu2 igebengu noma kaZandile lo beshaya umuntu.
What I said was that the scuffle
never
was between
seen
the
them
two
out.
of them referring to the deceased and Tumelo together with the two intruders. I then included Zandile and her mother. I never said the two of them were involved with the tall one.
We'll check the record.
All right.
Your evidence in chief, but my understanding is this. Makhumalo and Zandile Kumalo both had crutches and they were busy assaulting the gunmen.
Mamna ke ekuzwileke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi uMakhumalo kanye naye ke uZandile bephethe ama-crutch bobabili beshaya ugunman.
Beshaya yes. Lokho ke right ngala.
Very correct.
And then as part of the scuffle, but on the sidelines of that scuffle, the deceased Tumelo Madala are also busy involved in a scuffle or a struggle with the taller intruder.
Ingxenye yalokho ke njengoba siqedile ke lokho qala eceleni ke uTumelo kanye nomufi bona ke bakwiscaffle kanye nalo omude.
Angikaze ngikusho lokho.
I never said that.
Cela ungidlalele ngikhombise statement esisho lapho.
Please show me that statement that indicates that.
Transcript will be pulled because I want us to be on the same page because that forms the crux of what I want to show you, that you vacillate between issues, and when it becomes uncomfortable, you want to run away from that position.
Ilokho ngizokuveza ke ngoba ke ilokho ke noma yila ngiyakhona ke ukuthi ke ukhona ke la uye ukhulume into engahlangani khona ke uma usubona ke ukuthi simo cha asikahle ngakwena ke ube use ungakhumbuli ungakaphenduli.
As a court case, my lord, according to my note, that is what the witness said, that he never mentioned the second intruder as being involved in the scuffle at that particular time.
Advocate Kamisipi, I think initially you had indicated that you will end up relying on the record, but you seem to be sticking to a line within your version as you cross-examine, which forms exactly the disputed issue, namely the issue of whether there was mention by this witness of a tall intruder. He flatly denies that, and it's a bit problematic as you continue on a version that he keeps on disputing. I don't know whether what you intend should not happen now, so that we be clear.
I think that should be the case, madam, because that's my thing. Otherwise, I'll be on a wrong tangent. If I be wrong, then my cross-examination will be faulty. So I think let's go on record to see what he says.
Advocate Baloy?
We've got no problem with that, my lord.
No objection, madam.
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection. Thank you.
No objection, my lord.
I don't know how long it will take, but we will pause so as to allow the record in place to be visited in order to clarify whether this witness made mention of a tall intruder.
As a court case,
Or let me qualify mentioning the tall intruder within the context of the
This
issue under
scuffle.
under
Yes.
discussion, namely the scuffle.
Yes.
Is it so?
Unless if my learned friend wants to move to another point, and perhaps during the short adjournment we can check that aspect.
My lord, I'm going to run into the same problem because this line of questioning forms my cross-examination on the scaffold. So if it's not cleared up, I'm going to run into he said, she said.
Yeah. Can we then treat this as tea break,
Indeed, so man, you can do that and come back.
so that as soon as you establish the point you want to pursue, we then resume.
Indeed, so man.
So court cases, my lord.
Mr. Thwala, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Yes.
As a court, please, my lord, we did listen to the recordings and we are indebted to the court for the indulgence. I think we're all at idem that the witness said that the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, Mr. Tumelo Madlala, Ms. Zandi Kumalo and her mother, Ms. Kumalo, as well as the two intruders, were all in the kitchen.
Yeah.
But that the assault was only in respect of the first intruder, and that the crutches of Tumelo were used to assault the first intruder, and the persons involved in that assault was Tumelo, Mzandile Kumalo, and Ms. Kumalo Senior Makumalo. Subject to confirmation by my learned friends.
Umshushisi-ke uchaza-ke nanjengoba binikezwe ithuba lokuthi balalele ama-recording ukuthi balaleleke basebezwa-ke noma abavumelana ngako bonke ukuthi okushiwo ufakazi ukuthi ekhishini-ke abantu abesekhishini kwakuyona uTumelo, umufi, uZandi kanye noma wakhe kanye futhi-ke nalabo ababili abangena endlini, kodwa-ke ukushaywa ngamakrashi kushaywa lona owokuqala, amakrashi amabili ayephethwe uZandile kanye noma wakhe noTumelo ekhona-ke lapho, kodwa-ke uthi uzolinda-ke ukuthi bamlungiseke uba ukuthi ukhona la enza iphutha khona.
As the court places, my lord, I do confirm that that's what the record reflects.
I can't hear you.
I do confirm, my lord, that it's the reflection of the record, my lord.
Yeah. And does everybody else agree?
Yes, I confirm, my lord.
I confirm that, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, if you can make this request that we get perhaps overnight transcription of the evidence to obviate the type of problem that arose. We will kindly request the registrar to assist in that regard, my
lord. Should the court manager not be approached so that we find out the feasibility of this, and that instead of me just making an order here only to find that there's something I should have taken into consideration.
As a court, we'll
so
take it offline.
So that it be something that we do or pursue over lunch.
Yes.
And then we will put on record whatever position we have after lunch.
As a court, please.
And I take it that Advocate Ramsey PD, that says something to the line of questioning or the question you were putting.
Indeed, so, my lord.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Mr. Thwala, just for clarity's sake, your evidence, as you've heard, is that, so that we're on the same page, that the scuffle ensues in the kitchen, and in that area there are the following people: Makumalo, Zandile Kumalo, the two intruders, the deceased, Tumelo Madala, and the Thwala intruder.
Fakazi bakho ke njengoba usuzile ke kwamba ngalendlela ukuthi laphana ke ekitchen abantu babe laphana ke kwaku uZandile Khumalo uma wakhe uMakhumalo umufi uTumelo Madlala kanye futhi nalaba ke ababili abangena endlini. Yes.
Now what we are clearing up, I had erroneously put to you that you had said that the deceased and Tumelo Madlala were exclusively involved in a scuffle with the Thwala of the two men.
Engenzeke iphutha ngakho ke ngakusho kwena ukuthi ngiye ngathi mina ke wena ke kufakazi bakho uthe uTumelo kanye naye umufi babe kwiscuffle kanye nalo omude noma lo owayemude.
So we are at the point where the assault with respect to the two crutches belonging to Tumelo Madlala is only in regard to the first intruder.
Njeke la sikhona ke uyila ukushaywa ke ngamakrachi la ababili ke akhe uTumelo kushaywa lo owokuqala owangena.
Yeah, we want to shoot alone.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Now let's speak about the role of the Thwala of the two men in the scuffle, the one that we said he was in possession of the knife.
Ake sikhulume ke okwenziwa noma ke ukuthi irole yalona ke owayemude ke lo othi ke oyephethe ummese ukuthi yena ke kule scuffle lesiwayenzani yena.
Now, during that scuffle in the kitchen, did you see the knife or sharpish object that you had referred to in possession of the Thwala men?
Manje ke ngale nkathi kwenzeka lesiya scuffle lapha ekitchen ke ingaba ummese lona ke okhulume ngawo othi wawuphethe lo omude wawubona yini nalesiya sikhathi sescuffle ekitchen?
Noma ngenze ngisho point directly ukuthi ngawubona kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi yena wayephethe ummese.
Although I wouldn't point it out directly that I saw it, but I do recall that he was in possession of the knife.
And perhaps if we can, for contextual purposes only, if photo 15 can be repeated again of exhibit B, photo 15, exhibit B, my lord. Now, on top of the sink and the cupboard on your left, you see that there's baby formula and other utensils and the like. And you agree that this picture or this photograph was taken after the scuffle?
Uzobona ke lapha kusinki ke kunezinto ekhona lapha ngabe ngabe kunokudla komntwana. Uzokhulumana ke nami ukuthi lezithombe lezi izithombe ezathathwa emuva kwescuffle.
Ngingasho kanjalo kodwa phela ngangekho ukuthatha izithombe so ngenze ngivume into engangingekho kuyona. But ngiyawuza umbuzo ukuthi but unfortunately ngenze ngivume into engangingekho kuyona yenzeka.
I would say so, but I wasn't there when the pictures were taken, so I wouldn't admit to something that I don't know about.
Yeah, the context that I want to extract from this photo is the relative position from your vantage point as you are watching this scuffle ensue. Where was the deceased facing relative to the door when the scuffle was happening?
Angeke ngisakhumbula ukuthi wayebhenga kuphi uhlangothi kodwa engakusho ukuthi wabela.
Won't remember as to which side was he facing, but what I can say is that they were here. This is where they were when the witness is concerned.
And just in passing on that score, if you recall, you recall. If you don't, you don't. Where was the first intruder relative to the deceased?
Wayekuphi-ke lokuqala mayelana naye umufi?
Wayeseduze kwakhe ngala.
He was close to him, yeah.
And as the scuffle is going on, did you see the firearm?
Kathi-ke senzeka lesi scuffle lesi isibhamu masibona.
Isibhamu ngasibona ngesikhathi bedushana beya ngakhona. So lo owayekhona emfishane isibhamu ngiyasho ukuthi wayesasiphethe. Noma ngizisho ukuthi ngambona kodwa ngiyasasiphethe ngoba sakhala.
The firearm was still there when they were still pushing each other, and the short one who was in possession of the firearm had the firearm with him, and also the firearm went off.
Although I cannot say that I saw. The witness, when he was giving the explanation, he included this word to say, "Noma ngeke ngisho ukuthi ngambona."
Okay.
Ngithanda ngisho kanjani?
No, uthi ukushilo, uthi ngemina ngishilo.
Oh, okay. Ngiyabuzwa.
Yes, do we all agree that that's what the witness said?
My English is conversational, Jovek Zulu. I don't know what they are talking about, man.
Come again?
My Zulu understanding is for the streets. I don't understand what he said because he said Zulu, he said Kuma and something. I don't know what they're talking about, man.
Maybe the witness can be asked to repeat his answer.
Yes, can you repeat what he said?
Firearm went off. Kuma, the witness is repeating that. Went off.
Can you repeat what you had said?
Ngithi mina referring to nje bethu ukuqhuma nje mina ukuqhuma kwesibhamu ngithi mina isibhamu saqhuma, which means the fire went off. Shoot, there was shot that was fired at that time, if I'm putting it in plain English.
And what is it that you said about where you said, I cannot say I saw it?
Okay, he was asking me about his spam, the gun. What did I see the gun went off? So I explained to Guti, the scuffle went from the person that was carrying a gun, but pushed on his hands and went to the kitchen. The person had the firearm in his in his hand. Even though I'm not going to say what I saw it, but I know that I saw it before he went to the kitchen. So he had the firearm in his hand, and it went off to show that what his spam was called Mthokozisi in the kitchen, which is the first person.
There we are.
And following on that, because the question is not specifically answered, the firearm may have went off, but you don't know in whose hand that firearm fires from.
Kusangenzeka-ke ukuthi isibhamu saqhuma-ke, kodwa-ke awazi ukuthi nkathi siqhuma sisesandleni sikabani.
Sesandleni somuntu osiphethe.
In the hand of a person who had it.
Let's be a dog chasing its tail, and that person will be
The short guy. Gunman.
Yes.
And when that firearm went off, did you see what they call in ballistics muzzle flash? That is the sparks and powder flying out of that gun.
Nkathi ke leso sibhamu siqhuma ke angazi ke amagama esintu azokushoyo. Awuthi uyamuzwa. Okay. Wakubona ke lo.
Cha, angikubona ngizokusho ngakubona.
I wouldn't say I saw it.
What was the question? You didn't see what?
The muzzle flash, my lord, that is the particles and the sparks that fly
All right.
at the barrel when the
Okay.
firearm is fired.
Yes.
And how many shots did you hear that night that were fired within that Kumalo household?
Ngalo basuku ke wazwa isibhamu siqhuma kangaki.
Engasizwa kahle kakhulu sokuqala saqhuma kanye, but on my way out I might have heard the second shot.
The one that I heard loud and clear and very well was the first one, but on my way out I might have heard the second shot.
Yes.
In fact, on behalf of all council in front of us here, you've used a big word that we even had to go to dictionaries to check what it means. What do you mean, from your perspective, by a scuffle?
Thina sonke ke singabameli ukusebenzisa igama lana ke kuze kwafuneka ukuthi sebe dictionary siyobheka ke usho ukuthini ke uma ukhuluma ngescuffle.
Ngokwami, scuffle is when I'm not going to say it's a fight, but sort of like a fight-ish, but fight any phela isenilwa nalowo muntu, but a scuffle is just a scuffle between umuntu naye lo muntu.
A scuffle, I wouldn't say that it is a fight, but you can say fight-ish, because now when you fight and then you and that person are now fighting, but it is between yourself and that particular person and sort of demonstrated towards me.
I still don't get what you mean without really getting real. Can you demonstrate it against the
Scuffle,
I'm shy.
no, it's shy.
Yeah. If you just show what was it.
It's when everyone wants to push on, so they push towards each other. So kumina is scuffle but it was not physical, but it was just a scuffle. Or whatever. But
Just a scuffle to go past, to go out, but I don't mean that they were hitting each other.
I seem to notice something like a. I hope I'm not off the mark, but I seem to notice something like a wrestling, that they were tussling.
Because, my lord, from what we got from the dictionary is that a scuffle is a confused fight in confined spaces. So they are fighting. There's a fight.
Yeah, but surely we don't expect this witness to bring us dictionary stuff.
He came with the word, my lord.
He is only describing what he saw, and I asked him to demonstrate.
Indeed, so, my lord.
Yes, and what I saw from my side, he demonstrated a bit of a tussle bordering towards a wrestle between people.
But, my lord, then isn't it confounded by the fact that others are being hit at the same time as part of that scuffle? Then it turns into a fight.
Yeah, I don't know. He will clarify, because he speaks about a tussle, in my understanding, involving the deceased. But when he speaks about beating, it involves the second intruder and Makumalo, Zandi Kumalo, and two men. The tussle or the scuffle he's speaking about to me is not the beating.
Now, your testimony is that during this scuffle, you were protecting Christian, that will be Kelly Kumalo's toddler son, correct?
I'm sorry, my Lord, with due respect, I'm not even supposed to be standing up, but before I get lost in the record, are we proceeding with the word scuffle? Or wrestling? Or fighting? I think that one needs to be corrected for the record, my Lord, so that we can be able to follow one word.
I think after he demonstrated, I did announce what I'm noticing. It is up to all of you to say we don't agree with that or we go along with that. And I did say that we won't be pursuing dictionary precision from what the witness is saying. I don't think we expect him to provide that. Hence, I asked him to demonstrate what he saw.
Thank you.
So if my description of his demonstration doesn't agree with the terminology you would prefer, I think this is the time to say it.
That's the court please.
My Lord, I think from overhead from my learned colleague, if we settle on a tussle, I think, I'm not sure if we are all agreed on tussle or we leave it at scuffle. Leave it at scuffle.
I don't even know whether these words exclude each other in terms of the demonstration. So we might be trying to split something unsplittable.
No, that's why, my Lord, when he was explaining, I think the first word that came out of my Lord's mouth was, by his demonstration, you saw a bit of wrestling. So we are agreeing that let's settle on wrestling because it's not actually with respect to the second intruder. Then we settle on wrestling, my Lord.
Does everybody agree?
I agree, my Lord.
Yes, indeed, my Lord. Wrestling fine. Pushing, I also saw a bit of demonstration of, pushing, but wrestling is fine.
All right.
As the court pleases, my Lord. Now, your testimony now is that as the firearm, as the gun goes off, you then run outside of the house. That means you leave Christian somewhere in the house, correct?
Shiko-ke ukuthi ngokuqhuma kwesibhamu ke wase ubalekela ngaphandle ke kusho ukuthi washiya uChristian ngasemuva.
Yebo, ngasho kanjalo kodwa uChristian sathi uqhuma isibhamu naye wabalekela ngase-sitting room.
Yes, I would say so, but when the firearm went off, Christian also ran towards the sitting room.
Now, when you go out, do you have any interaction now with the second intruder? Do you personally have any interaction with the second intruder?
Usuphumile-ke manje ingaba kukhona-ke wena okwakuhlanganisa-ke senza igama le-interaction kanye nalo wesibili-ke owangena endlini.
Okay, ngicela uqale ngicacise nami ngoba nami ngicaciseliwe. Uma uthi interaction, are you speaking ukuthi sikhulumile naye, sibonanile? Ngicela nami ngicacisele igama interaction ngoba mina ngikubona ngenye indlela.
I see the word differently, so can you explain it? Do you mean that did we see each other? Did we speak to each other when you use the word interaction?
Perhaps let me use this example of Longwe Thwala when he leaves, that he pushes somebody away and then gets off. Did you also, in that manner, in that context, not verbal, but in that context of touching him, going out or just passing by him,
Uzokhumbula-ke uma ngaba nkathi ukhuluma ngolongo wethwala-ke ukuthi-ke waphusha-ke ukuze aphumele. Nawe-ke ngaphambi kokuthi uphumeke endlini ingaba mhlasimpe wamphusha yini noma wayiphumela nje wandlula kuyena wayiphumela?
Hayi ngadlula ngikhumbula ukuthi ngiphusha ngizange ngiphusha ngadlula nje.
No, I just passed. I can't recall or don't recall pushing him. I just went past.
Yeah.
And then once you've passed him, then a bell rings in his head. Then he decides to chase you, yet he just let you pass by him without stopping you.
Usudlulileke kwase kukhona-ke okumfikelayo-ke ukudlulisile kodwa manje-ke wase ethatha isinqumo sokuthi akusukele noma kujaha kodwa umuntu nje obeqeda ukudedela ukuthi undlule kuyena.
Can uphindela lo mbuzo?
Can you repeat that question?
The question futhi or repeat that statement you are saying?
I'm saying to you,
Yeah.
you pass without incident. He doesn't stop you. He doesn't restrain you. That's the second intruder. You just simply pass by him and go outside. By the way, how did you go outside? Are you running or walking by?
Mr. Ramsipidi, you tend to ask a
I
question
compounded the
before
question.
it's answered, you leap onto another
I've
question.
compounded it, my lord.
That will confuse them.
Let me do one question at a time. I've compounded that one. The first one, does he let you pass by him uninhibited, not stopping you, not pursuing you?
Ngabe-ke uyadedela-ke noma uyakuyeka nje udluleke kuyena-ke kungekho lutho nje alwenzile kuyena engazamanga ukuthi akuvimba akakwenzanga lutho nje wasekuyeka-ke udlule kuyena?
Ngeke ngize ngisho phela ukuthi wangiyeka or wenzani. Kodwa engisho ukuthi mina ngadlula phambi ngadlula kuyena. Yena waphuma nami wajaha mina.
I wouldn't say that he just let me, and I would let him pass, but what happened is that I went past him, and thereafter he pursued me.
Yes.
Perhaps let's understand that. Let's track a bit. You and Christian, where are you standing prior to the gun going off?
Asihlehla nje emuva kancane-ke ngaphambilini nje kokuthi isibhamu siqume wena noChristian nanimi kuphi nendawo?
Ngasho ukuthi Christian wayengakalefi kwami but mina mangibuka kahle ikhishi close to let's say fridge I think, but not far from the fridge. Christian wayengala ngase passage noma ngamsusa la ngiletha ngala so wayengala ngase passage.
Christian was on the side of the corridor, the passage. He was on my left. I removed him from this side to my left, and I was closer or next to the fridge.
And let's go to the man, the second intruder. Where is he relative to you?
Ngokumayela nawo-ke yena lo wesibili-ke uyichaze wena ukuthi useduze ne-fridge. Wayekuphi-ke yena lo wesibili?
Wayengale ngokusink
He was on the side of the sink.
ngala.
Around
Ngeke
there.
ngisho specific ukuthi wayesendaweni but wayengala ngoba bonke abantu engibashoyo babengaphambi kwabo.
Ah,
So naye wayelapho kuleyo wrestling.
I wouldn't say where specifically, but all those people that I've mentioned were around there where that wrestling. They were, in other words, they were in front of me where that wrestling was.
Now, the firearm goes off. What happens to Makumalo, Zandile Kumalo, Dumelo Madala?
Isibhamu saqhuma-ke kwase kwenzekani-ke ngoMakhumalo, uZandile kanye naye uTumelo Madlala.
Angeke ngize ngisho specific ukuthi kwenzakalani kubona ngoba nje bengisho ukuthi after ukuqhuma kwesibhamu ngaphuma mina ngomnyango baleke so isibhamu kwenzani angazi.
I wouldn't be specific and say as to what happened to them or what they did. As I said that after when the firearm went off, I ran out. As to what happened to them, I wouldn't know.
Because the reason I'm asking you that is for contextual purpose. We've agreed that that kitchen is on the side of Smallish, right? Now, you say you were on the other side of the scaffold, that will be this side towards the hallway leading to the living room, correct? but next to the fridge.
Ngikubuzela lokhu ke angithi besivumeleke noma sishila ukuthi la kitchen la lincane futhi wena ke wawungabolunye uhlangothi noma ngongekho khona lapha ekitchen kodwa kuhlangothi le passage angithi.
Yebo ngishilo lokho vele ukuthi ikhishla lincane but ukuthi ikhishla lincane phela kusho ukuthi kangamuveki kulona mina ngithi lincane ngoba mhlawumbe ngicompare namanye amakhishi but lona la lingalikhulu vele so but akusho ukuthi bonke lanto lapha phakathi kwenzeka lapha kangamuveki ekitchen.
Yes, I did say that the kitchen was small, but it didn't mean that. It's not to say that it was not possible to move or those people there couldn't move. But I'm just saying that it was small compared to others.
I'm not even asking you about that. I'm not even asking you about that. I want to understand. Here's you, for example, next to the fridge, and there's this lot that was involved in that melee, right? And then in order for you to go out through the kitchen door, because I see on photo 15, it's behind the wrestling that we've agreed to. So in order for you to get through, after the fire, the gunshot went off, where did these people go to? So that there's a way for you to pass by and exit the kitchen door.
Angikubuzela kona ke ukuthi angithi manje ngoba besechaziwe ke ukuthi abantu laba bekuphi nendawo sibonile ukuthi isicaba sikuphi nendawo laba bemikhona ke manje ke isibhamu sesiqhumileke ngizama nje ukuthi ngizwisiseke noma ngilandeleke ukuthi manje baye kuphi labantu noma bakuphi labantu emuva ukuthi isibhamu siqhumile ukuze wena ukwazi ukuthi udlule uphumele ngaphandle.
I think nami lo mbuzo ngokuphendulayo kuwena ukuthi ngendlela oyibeka ngayo wena uyibeka as if babevimbile ukuthi kangadluleki.
That's I think that's
also how uphendula nami ngale ndlela
that is how that is also what I'm answering to you, because the manner in which you state it is as if they had blocked the way and that it was impossible to move. Hence I'm answering you in that manner.
Okay, now that you've made my understanding, you went through. Whoever was there exited the kitchen.
Usho ukuthi nje wandluka noma ubani owaye lapho wandluka nje wena kuyena ke wase uyaphuma.
Abantu babe ngala ngakaleft ngakusinki. Into enzekala ngakasinki. Mina ukuphuma kwami ngaphuma towards iside la ngala ngoba umnyango uvuleka wonke. So ngaphuma ngasho ukuthi ngadlula emva kwabo to go ngiphuma ngomnyango.
The people were on the side of the left where the sink is, and then I moved on the other side, and the door, when you open the door, the entire door opens. So I would say that I was past or behind them for me to go out.
Let's not belabor that point. Now, at what point does the second intruder start to pursue you?
Manje ke lo wesibili ke uqale nini ke noma ngesiphi isikhathi laqala khona ukuthi hakujala.
Ngamnothisa sengiphumile eminyango ngidlula nje ngathi mhlawumbe ngasempompini sengizophuma ngasegate ngithi khona umuntu la ngemuva kwami ngoba ngikhumbula ukuthi singathi mangiphuma ngisho ngizansi ngajomba. So
I noticed him when I just exited the door when I was around where the tap is, and I then noticed that there was someone behind me.
And did you see that person that it was indeed the second intruder?
Ingabe ke wambona lo muntu wangithi usho uthi wabona ukuthi umuntu osemva kwakho wambona yini ukuthi yiloya wesibili?
Yebo noma ngambona ngisweat but nge-height yakhe ngambona.
Yes, although I didn't see the face, but the guy with regard to the height, yes, I saw him.
And prior to perhaps this second intruder chasing you, you've testified that before you exited the house, you crossed paths with the deceased. Or correct me if we're on the same page. I want us to be on the same page.
Ushilo ngabona ngaphambilini ke ukuthi ubone lokho ke ukuthi lona wesibili ekulandeleke. Ushilo ukuthi inkathi uphuma ke noma usuyophuma ke ngesicabha lesasekitchen ke wena ke no mufi naphambana ngendlela.
Yep.
Yes.
And in which direction is the deceased going as you exit?
Nanjengoba wena ke uphuma ke yena ke umufi wayeya ngakubo.
Uza ngala siyaphambana, so obviously ngibe siyaphambana uza ngala ngiswa ngakhona mina ngiphuma ngomnyango.
He is going towards the direction that I was coming from, hence I'm saying that we crossed paths.
Yeah.
At the point you cross paths with him, did you observe or notice that the deceased was shot?
Nkathi ke niphambana ke ingaba wabona noma wa qaphela yini ukuthi umufi wayedutshuliwe noma wadutshuka?
Cha.
No, I didn't see.
Yes.
Now your testimony is that you then run outside the Kumalo household, turn left, again left, jump the big gate into the neighbor's yard, correct?
Umileke kwamakhumalo asobaleka ke emgwaqweni ke wase ke kumakhelwane wase ujompa ke ngegate yakhona ungena kuya muzi.
Qiniseka ngibuza ukuthi big gate.
Okay, yes, you are right, but I heard you saying a big gate.
So let me check, is that the main gate or whatever? I don't know. Describe the gate
Gate
that you
elincane
use.
leli engangijombele kulona. I think kunegate elincane nelikhulu. Mina ngajombela kwiside le gate lakhona elincane.
There was a small gate as well as a big gate. The gate where I jumped was the side of the small gate.
So that will be the pedestrian gate.
Nathi ke ile gate lena ngena abantu abahamba ngenyawo khona.
If you put it that way, yeah.
Yeah.
And as you jump into the neighbor's yard, did you encounter the neighbors or anybody from that yard?
Ungenileke noma ujompileke ujompela kule yard lena ke kumakhelwane ngaba ke uhlangene nomakhelwane noma nje umuntu kwalapho kulo muzi lo.
Yebo mfana khona nobaba khona.
Yes, the boy of that house as well as the father of the house.
And did you talk to them or did they talk to you? What happened as you meet up or encounter those people?
Wakhuluma nabo noma ibona bona bakhuluma nawe. Noma kwenzekani nje uma uhlangana nabo labo bantu?
Nima ngasakhumbula phela bana ukukhuluma kuqala kodwa sakhuluma nabo ngoba ngibuza ukuthi ngoba.
Although I can't remember as to who spoke first, but we spoke, and I do recall that they asked me who I was.
Without asking you verbatim the tete-a-tete you had with them, the gist of what you said to them, what did you say to them?
Wasuthini ke wena bona?
Ngazichaza ukuthi ngoba igama nesibongo ngase ngiyabatshela ukuthi kwenzakalani ukuthi ngabatshela ngihamba noba noma ngasakhumbula ukuthi ngakubeka kanjani ngalesa sikhathi ngoba phela obviously ngangithukile but bangibuza ukuthi ngoba ngabatshela ukuthi ngihamba nobani.
I introduced myself, my name as well as my surname, and I told them as to what was happening and who I was with. Although I can't remember specifically how I put it, but I did tell them who I came with there and as to what was happening.
Yes.
And exactly what did you say to them? What was transpiring in the Kumalo household?
Wathi kubona kwenzekani kwaKhumalo noma kwamaKhumalo?
Njengoba sengiye ngichaza ukuthi angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ngangitheni kodwa ngiyakhumbula ngabatshela ukuthi sibanje inkunzi.
Although I did say that I can't remember specifically as to what it is that I said, but I did say something along the lines that we are being robbed.
And perhaps do you think, how long did you take in the neighbor's yard whilst you were talking to the person you were talking to before you even jumped back into the Kumalo yard?
Wathatha isikhathi esingakanani ke komakhelwane uyichaza ke usho kwenzeka konke lokho osuchazileke ngaphambili kokuthi uphinde ubuyele futhi ujompele kwamaKhumalo.
Hayi ngabe ngiqamba manje ngoba ngangithukile so lapho ngangenize angikhumbula ukuthi isikhathi esingakanani kodwa angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi kwathatha isikhathi eside.
I would be telling you that
siza ke lo sajomba nayo.
Mhlambe
ngithi mhlambe naye lo mfana lo bezabe khona ngoba khona mhlambe sebengasho nabo
Okay.
mhlambe kodwa mina ngisakhumbula
I
kahle.
would be telling a lie because I was shocked, so I won't be able to say as to how long it take. Maybe that boy and his father can maybe assist me in giving the time.
Your best estimation, will it be seconds, minute or minutes?
Uma nje usungaqagela ke mhlawumbe amasekendi, umzuzu owodwa noma imizuzu.
Hayi angeke ngize ngiqagele.
I won't guess.
Now, the person that you met in that yard has made several statements and you will be called as a witness. The gist of what we'll testify to is this, that he met you up when you first jumped in.
Umuntu ke lo owahlangana naye ke wena uma usujumpela kule yadi ke une statement ewazenza emaphoyiseni naye ke uzobizwa nanjengofakazi akushoyo ke iloko kulandelayo. So the gist is
That you told him that there's a big problem in the Khumalo household,
wathi kunenkinga enkulu ke kwa makhumalo noma kwakhumalo.
then you told them that you had been attacked
Ubatshela ke ukuthi nihlaselwe
and that the deceased has been shot.
nokuthi uma ufike wadutshulwa.
Yes.
Angeke nize ngiphikise into ayishoyo phela into eshoyo uyena lo.
I won't dispute what he said. That's what he said, not me.
Yes.
My point really out of that is this: how will somebody in the neighbor
Ufike wadutshulwa when you yourself said
when he exited the house, he was not even aware that the deceased had been shot.
okay ukuthi ke wena ke uma ngabe uphuma ke endlini ke awuzangibona ke noma ungazi ke ukuthi umufi wayedutshuliwe yini.
Ngiyakubuza ukuthi uthini kodwa ngiyacela ukuthi ushilo ukuthi uzoza naye la enkantolo.
I hear what you say, but I think you've already mentioned that person is going to be called as a witness or is going to come to court.
Yes.
And he will further testify that the sooner you entered his yard, immediately you jumped back into the Khumalo household and went into the house, that he did not jump together with you to go into the Khumalo household or yard.
Uthi ke noma uyaqhubeka ke athi statement sakhe ke uthe nje uma uqeda ujompela kwakhe ke awuzange ke uchithe isikhathi ke wabe usubuyela futhi ke ujompela khona kwamakhumalo futhi awuzange ujompe naye ujompela kwamakhumalo.
Ngike ngasho ngathi ukhuluma ngobaba ngithi manje.
Are you referring to the father?
Ngaphela there's two la.
Because there are two people there. Are you referring to the father of the house?
I'm talking to the person that you encountered, whether it's the son or the father, the person that you encountered. Who did you encounter? I
Into
asked you
engishoyo
that.
ukuthi mina umuntu engibazi makhumula lapho ubaba nomama. So what I'm trying to understand from
It's
your
the son.
question,
It's the
is
son.
it the son or is it the
It's
father?
the son.
Ukuthi he did not jump back with me and he didn't assist
Yes.
us. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
Let's angeze la enkantolo kazosichazela yena lokho.
Let him come to court and explain that.
Yes.
And now, when you exited the house, before you went into the neighbor's yard, where was the first intruder, the one with the gun?
Ngathi ke uphume endlini ngaphambilini kokuthi ke uyojompela kwamakhelwane ke lo woqala ke ugunman wayekuphi yena?
Ngamshiya endlini.
I left him in the
Babili
house.
abashiya endlini kahle ngabe bawu2 kodwa lo munye waphuma nawo.
I left both of them in the house, but the other one went out with me.
And let's speak to the one that you went out with first. He chases you, you jump into the neighbor's yard. Where does he go? Did you observe that?
Uyaphuma ke endlini, uyakulandela ke wena ke ujompela kwamakhelwane. Emuva kwalokho yena ke ngabe wambheka yini ukuthi waya kuphi?
Wayehla ngomgaqo umazi waphekile lapha but wehla ngomgaqo.
He went down the road. I don't know where he ended up, but he went down the road.
Njengoba ngijomba ngisuka ngala phuma ngomgaqo. Sehla ngomgaqo siya ngaka left mina ngijomba umuzi wa next door. Yena akajombanga waqhubeka wehla.
As I went out of the yard, turned to the left, jumped onto the neighbor's yard. On the left, he went straight down the road. He didn't jump.
And now, specifically the gunman, did you leave him in the kitchen area where this shot just got fired?
Ugunman ke wamshiya khona lapha ekitchen lapho isibhamu saphuma khona.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, as you are speaking to, let me say the son, because he's the one that I'm referring to. As you are speaking to this, let me check this one, scratch that one. As you are in the neighbor's yard, the positions of the neighbor's house and the kitchen door of the Kumalos, how are they situated relative to each other, do you know?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi simo ke angithi manje usujompela kwamakhelwane umuzi lo yana ke indlela omengayo ke okumayela nesicabha sasekitchen ke sakwamakhumalo uyazi ukuthi uma kwazi ukuthi kume kanjani
Noma nganaka kakhulu kodwa awukusey ukuthi ngathi ibhekele.
Although
far from like umnyango wasekitchen nangala umnyango unomnyango wasekitchen. But mangazi ukuthi basiya.
Although I didn't take much note, but I think that they are facing each other. It's the kitchen door this side, and also this side is the kitchen door.
So you jump on the neighbor's yard into the section that's got the kitchen door, correct?
Uma ujompela wena ke kwamakhelwane ujompele kuyo side le elines nomnyango wasekitchen kunjalo.
Nangijampa kamakhelwane ngijampele eside kunomnyango wasedining.
Jump
Kitchen ule udlula kwase dining obheke I think ubheke the side mangibuka isithombe. So the nearest door engijampele duze was the dining door, or should I say the sitting door, ukuthi angazi ukuthi kanjani ngaphakathi.
I don't know how the situation is inside, but when I jumped on the side of the dining or the sitting room door. The kitchen is on the other side. That is how I saw it on the photo.
Yeah, contextual. Sorry. Contextually, what I want to get is this. As you are speaking to the son, could you see the door, the kitchen door of the Khumalo house?
Engifuna ukwazi ke mina ke ukuthi as you speak to the son.
Yes.
Kathi ke ukhuluma ke nendodana leyana lapha ke ukuthi umnyango ke wasekitchen wakwaMakhumalo uyawubona yini noma awubona yini?
Noma phela kuno concrete kodwa angingasho ukuthi umnyango ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi ngiyawubona kodwa mangibuka ngathi umnyango phela obviously ula ngoba but kuno concrete lapha.
Although there was a concrete there, but I wouldn't say that I had a clear vision of what was happening on the door, but obviously the door was there.
Just to clarify, when you say there was a concrete, what do you mean?
Concrete fence.
Okay.
Fence.
You mean a concrete wall?
Wall, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And let's get the height of that hole, if you remember. Perhaps using the big screen behind us. How high was that hole? the wall, how high was it? That was between his line of vision of the kitchen door of the Kumalo household.
Ukuthi umusebenzisa-ke lesi simo ungathi lo wall leyo-ke noma leyo concrete leyo eyinde kangakanani noma ephakeme kangakanani.
Ngeke ngizokwazi ukuchaza lokho. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi into engamejwa-ke phela leyo ngoba uconcrete ngacathisa khona uma ukuthi awakabhidliswa.
It's something that can be measured.
Mina
I
ngeke
think it's
ngizokwazi.
still there, but I won't be able to mention it.
Yeah.
Now, when you run outside, it's dark outside, correct? Outside the Kumalo yard, correct?
Kumele ubaleke waya ngaphandle-ke laphana ngaphandle-ke Kumalo okumnyama.
Angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngeke ngizosho ukuthi kakukhanya like ngoba phela kusebusuku ukuthi phela ngisakhumbuli kahle.
That I can't remember well. I wouldn't say that it was light because it was at night, but I can't remember that well.
And as you leave the Kumalo household via the kitchen door, you turn whatever direction to jump over. Did you just outside the kitchen door or in that vicinity notice or observe another person that may be part of this group but standing outside as a lookout?
Ingabe usuphumele ngaphandle-ke usungaphandle-ke egcekeni noma-ke lapha emnyango kwakwaKhumalo-ke ingabe mhlambe ukhona yini omunye umuntu owambona-ke ongathi mhlambe naye-ke wayeyingxenye yalaba ukuthi nje ume lapha ngaphandle ubhekile nje?
Hayi cha manje ngiqonda manje.
No, I would be telling a lie.
Also, when you exit the house, understandably you jump to the neighbor's yard, but within the Kumalo yard or out in the street, did you see Thwala who had allegedly ran out before you?
Usuphumile-ke usulapha ngaphandle esitradini ngabe mhlambe wambona yini Thwala yena-ke owaphuma ngaphambilini kwakho?
Cha ngibona.
No, I didn't say that.
And at that time, remember we discussed this issue earlier where we clarified the two cars that were parked in the Kumalo yard that night, the X6 belonging to the deceased and a reddish motor vehicle, possibly a VW Polo. Remember that?
Uyakhumbula-ke ngaphambili sikhuluma ngalezi moto embili-ke i-X6 kanye ne-VW Polo ebomvu. Yes, I do remember.
Where was the red Polo? Did you observe the cars as they were standing, whether they were still there together, or what was the story regarding the cars?
Is that now when he was outside?
When he was outside.
Ngaleskhathi usungaphandle-ke ingabe wabheka noma wabona yini ukuthi iy'moto sami ngaleya ndlela-ke zazimi ngayoqala noma sasithini isimo sey'moto?
Noma ngize ngisho ukuthi sami ngaleya ndlela yakuqala kodwa sazikhona imoto.
Although I wouldn't say that they were still parked in the same position as before, but the cars were still there.
And at some stage, did you try to call out Longwe, perhaps? Understand you said you didn't know his name back then. Did you call out, hey, Mthokozisi or something to that effect?
Ngiyazi-ke ushilo-ke ukuthi igama lakhe ubungalazi ngalesi sikhathi kodwa ingabe sikhona yini isikhathi la uzame khona-ke nokuthi umemezeke Mthokozisi?
Cha ngizange ngimemeze.
No, I didn't call out.
Now, based on your story and your testimony, I'm going to put to you that your conduct on the night belie or undermine your story that there were intruders in that house that night.
Indlela ke wena ke owenze noma owenza ngayo ke ngaleli langa ke akusiyona ke indlela ekhombisa noma eshoyo ke ukuthi unabantu abangene endlini ngaleli langa.
Ngicathi umbono wakho nawe lo.
I think that's your view.
Yeah.
Firstly, you, without making sure that the first intruder who has just fired possibly a mortal shot is still in the house, immediately jumps back into that house without making sure that the coast is clear for
You
safety.
say a what shot?
A mortal shot, a fatal shot meant.
Yeah.
Owakwenza ke ukuthi ungekabi naso ke isiqiniseko noma ungekasenze isiqiniseko sokuthi ke lo muntu lona oqeda ke ukudubula manje noma oqeda ukuqhumisa isibhamuko ukuthi loyo muntu usesendlini noma usephumile yini uyaphinda ke wena uyabuyela khona kuloyo muzi lowo.
Not immediately sure yimina lo noma immediately owuzwe kumakhelwane.
When you make a reference to immediately, is that an immediately that was a word that was used by myself or by the neighbor? Because I myself I never used that word immediately.
When did you jump back into the Khumalo household? Yeah.
Ukujombela kwakho ubuyela kwamakhumalo wajumpa nini?
Lento ngisho ukuthi isikhathi angisikhumbuli kodwa hayi immediately.
It's what I said.
Immediately jump. That's immediately. You understand that one?
As I said, that at the time I cannot recall or I can't remember, but it wasn't immediately, because according to me, immediately I jump and I jump immediately. That's my understanding of immediately.
But that understanding is colored by the fact that you briefly spoke to somebody in the neighbor's yard, then immediately after speaking to him, you go back into a house where a firearm with a dangerous person that's fired a shot is still there.
Ukhulumile nje isikhathi esincane laphayana ke leso uma leso sikhathi esikhulumile laphayana komakhelwane emuva kokuthi athi ke immediately emuva kokuthi ukhulumile naye ke uyabuyela ke kwamakhumalo la kusekhona lo muntu ke oqeda ke ukudubula.
Ngiye ngachaza ukuthi lesikhathi sesibuyela amakhelwane sabuyela ngoba ngithi mina ke ngoba phela ufuna specifically ngabuyela ngoba nakho sengizwa umsindo sekumenyeza uma kazandi engathi uyakumemeza uyakhala ephuma ngaphandle. So ngiye ngachaza lokho. So that's why la ngifakisa isiketshana.
Maybe that's why we're going to miss each other, because that's why I did mention before that when I jumped back, it was after hearing Zandi's mother screaming or I would say screaming or crying. That's when I jumped and going out of the house. That's when I then jumped back.
How long after you had jumped into the Khumalo household yard and Makhumalo screaming, whatever she was screaming, then you went over back to the Khumalo household yard?
I might have missed the first part, sir.
He jumps into the neighbor's yard, and then some time later, the time between, I want to know, jumping into the neighbor's yard and hearing Makhumalo shout. What was the time period in between?
Angithi ke ujumpela khona kwamakhelwane ke kufika lesi sikhathi ke la uzwa khona uMakhumalo ekhala noma ememeza ke ingathi isikhathi esingakanani ke phakathi ukuthi ujumpela kwamakhelwane nokuzwa kwakho uMakhumalo ememeza ekhala.
Ikona lokho engikuphendulayo nje ukuthi angikhumbuli ukuthi isikhathi kabe isikhathi esingakanani. So angifuni ukwenza estimate yesikhathi la ngoba angisikhumbuli lapho ukuthi kabe isikhathi esingakanani.
That is what I'm answering, that I don't remember the time, and I don't want to come here or to make an estimate of time here because I don't remember the time, how much time it was.
As a court, please, if you can just ask the witness to repeat. I think he said something after hearing Makhumalo's screams. He mentioned something further, if maybe that can be clarified.
Ngishushiswe kukhona ke ngathi ngaphambilini ukuthi uzwa uMakhumalo ke ekhala ke uthi kukhona okushilo uthi mhlawumbe uma ungaphinda nje lo akusho nje ukuthi but uthi kukhona okushilo.
Lesikhathi njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngesikhathi sizwa uma Khumalo ngisho njalo uma Khumalo esikhala scream something along those lines sengijampe ngaphakathi ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngambuza mina ukuthi uphi lo munye lo uphethe isibhamu bathi uphumile.
All right, okay. What I said was that I don't know whether that's what the prosecutor is referring to, that after having heard Makhumalo scream or cry, and then after having jumped, I remember asking her, asking where is the other one, the one with the firearm, and then she said that he went out.
Now,
Yes.
now, you did not see the first intruder leaving the Khumalo household, correct?
Awuzange umbone lo woqala uma ephuma noma ehamba kwaMakhumalo?
Cha, ngimbona.
No, I didn't see him.
Now there's this point, and that pertains to the person that chased you out of the Khumalo household as you were running away. By then you say in your evidence in chief that the neighbors were out and about because they had heard the commotion, correct?
Ngalesikhathi ke uthi uphuma ke kwaMakhumalo usukelwa ke noma ujaha ke ilona ke owesibili ke ushilo ke ukuthi omakhelwane noma abantu babe sebephumileke ngoba bezwa umsindo.
Muthi abantu usho umakhelwane lawo noma usukhuluma ngamakhelwane bonke?
Are you just now speaking about the particular neighbor, or are you now speaking about the people around there, the neighbors?
That was never clarified in your evidence in chief. Perhaps it's your chance to clarify it.
Into ke engazange ichazwe ke noma icaciswe ke leyo uma ngabe unikezela ngobufakazi mhlambe ke isikhathi ke manje sokuthi wena ke uyicacise noma uyichazeke.
Cela ngibuza kumbuzo khona ngizocacisa.
Please ask the question so I can answer.
Okay.
Because I don't get the question.
That's fair enough. Like I told you day one, I'm fair to witnesses. I'm not here to trip you up. When you exit the house, right, somebody, second intruder, we agree, chases you up, right?
Ushilo ke ukuthi uma ngabe usuphuma ke lo wesibili ke wakusukela. Yes.
Now you say in relation to that, within that context, that you could see that the neighbors have had the commotion. So I'm the clarity that I see, and correctly, you asked for it. Which neighbors am I talking about? So I said to you, clarify which neighbors had had the commotion.
Neighbors as a commotion.
Did I say that neighbors had the commotion?
Not commotion per se. You said as you ran out,
yes,
you could see that the neighbors are also aware that something is happening. Let me put it that way. Let's not speak to a specific definition of what they had.
Please, I don't think the witness said that.
When was that said, Mr. Advocate Ramsey? At what stage was?
I think, my lord, I stand under correction. It was at the stage when he ran out, the witness turns left, enters through the pedestrian gate, and the witness continues down straight. So my understanding, I've got it on my notes, unless I'm erroneous on that aspect, that already by then, the neighbors, I'm not sure which ones, either the next door neighbors or the general neighbors in the neighborhood had heard of the commotion or what was happening in the vicinity of the Khumalo household. But I stand under correction, my lord, on that point.
Did you hear that?
I hear it, but I've never said that. So I'm going to because I have never said ukuthi omakhelwane babesebezwile or umakhelwane wayesezwile ngesikhathi ngiphuma.
I'm mentioning that, or I'm saying that I never said that the neighbors had heard, or the neighbor had heard on my way out.
but ngiyacabanga ukuthi nayo uyasho ukuthi mhlawumbe khona la abuya phambanise khona so
But I think
ngiyalika nami ngo
the advocate is also admitting that it might be, or it's also maybe possibly speaking under correction.
Now, the point is this, when you meet the next door neighbors now, say for example the son that you're referring to, did you tell him, there goes one of the intruders who was chasing me and he was involved in the incident in the Khumalo household?
Uma usuhlangana ke nomfana walana ke umakhelwane ngabe wamtshela yini ukuthi nangu omunye wabo ke noma omunye walabo babili abangena noma bebesibamba inkunzi ebekade ngijaha khona manje nangu ehla ngomgwaqo?
yebo ngakhomba ukuthi nangu umuntu ehle ngamkhomba.
Yes, I did point out that there's someone going down. I did point out.
And did they take action in respect of what you were showing them?
Khona ke abakwenza ngalokho obakhombisa khona.
Ngiyenze ngisho ukuthi khona bakwenza phambi kwami ngisakhumbula kahle lapho.
I wouldn't say that there's something or they took action in my presence. I can't remember that.
Yeah.
And as you are talking to them, pointing out the second suspect that's running down the street, did you tell them, actually, there's a second one who's the gunman? When I left, you were still in the house.
Usubakhombile ke ukuthi nangu umuntu ehla. Ingabe wabatshela ke ukuthi ukhona ke nomunye yena ke lo bephethe isibhamu osengaphakathi endlini.
Angisakhumbula kahle kodwa ngibona. Angazi ngisakhumbula ngisho kanje.
No, I can't remember well, but I don't think I did. I don't know. I can't remember.
Yes.
And do you recall if you perhaps specifically asked the son that you saw in the neighbor's yard to call the police to report what had happened in the Khumalo household?
Uyakhumbula yini utshela indodana ke noma uyicela noma uyitshela ukuthi ke ifoneleke amaphoyisa noma bafonela amaphoyisa bachaze lokho okwenzekile kwaMkhumalo?
Cha specifically yena ngikhumbula kodwa ngakhumbula sesingaphakathi endlini. Khona la sasishogonisa kufonela amaphoyisa babiza ambulance. Yeah, from kusibiza ambulance.
With specific regards to him, that I don't remember or I can't remember, but I do recall that being mentioned when we were now back in the Khumalo house when it was mentioned that the police should be called or an ambulance should be called.
Yes.
Now let's pause, and I want to touch on this aspect a bit. According to your story, the first time the intruders entered the home and they announced cell phones money, you say you immediately went and grabbed your phone. Where was your phone?
Theke uma sebengena ke futhi ke befuna ke ama cell phones kanye nemali ke wena ke wasujombela ke noma uthatha ifone yakho yayikuphi nendawo yakho phone?
Eseduze kwe-TV.
It was next to the TV.
Yes.
And these intruders, I'm including them both, let me split them for clarity's sake. The first intruder who's on the hallway at the arc perhaps can see you going because he's looking at the people sitting down on the sofas, can see you reaching for that phone on the sofa, correct?
Lona ke oqala owangena ke futhi lo omekana ke kwi passage lena ke noma kule arc yilo ophethe isibhamu. So uma ngabe uya efonini yakho ke uyothatha ifoni yakho uyakubona noma wayekubona.
Ngendlela oyibeka ngayo it's false into ishoyo.
According to how you put it, it's false.
Basukuma Senzo wasukuma lesikhathi sekuphushana kiwa ekitchen mina ngathatha ifoni yami hayi uthatha samile
It is false. What you are saying is false because what I said is that Senzo got up, they got up. Now it was at the time when they were now pushing each other towards the kitchen that I took my phone, not at the time when he was still standing there.
Please go back for me, I missed it a bit. You say your phone was where?
We'll move again.
It is a TV.
On the stand, close to the TV.
And what did you do with that cell phone?
What's the one running other cell phone?
I thought my favorite.
I took it and put it in my pocket.
And you earlier testified that at some stage you were charging that cell phone, but that was rudely interrupted by Kelly Kumalo taking your phone out and plugging her into charge, correct?
Ubushilo-ke ngaphambi kokuthi-ke wawubhizi-ke uchaja eyakho i-cellphone waseyikhipha-ke uKelly wafaka eyakhe.
Yebo, ngisanda kuyifaka i-charger, ifoni i-charging yami. E-charging njalo singathi yami, e-charging. Ngathi ngisayibekile ngisanda kuyifaka. Wayikhipha yena eyakhe, wayibeka eceleni. Mina wakhipha yona wayibeka eceleni. Wathatha eyakhe wafaka eyakhe. So iyayihleli nje lapho.
Yes, what happened is that I had just plugged my phone in the charger and it wasn't long, I just plugged it, she took it out and she plugged her phone into the charger. So my phone just remained there, it was always there.
Now,
Yes.
from the time the intruders entered the house at around 2000 on the 26th of October 2014 until they leave after the shots were fired, how long were they in the house?
Ukusukela ngesikhathi-ke abangena ngaso-ke laba babili-ke khona-ke endlini ngathi kwakula around u-80-ke kwase kuqhuma-ke isibhamu bahamba-ke futhi ungathi-ke kwakuyisikhathi esingakanani leso sisonke bayangena nokuthi baphume endlini kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani konke lokho.
Athathanga isikhathi eside. Akuyisikhathi kwakushesha, umphithi wayishesha laphana. Babengazile phela ukuzohlala nje.
It didn't take a long time, it went quick, everything went quick. They didn't come to stay there just like us.
I do understand that, but my point is in terms of time, because the reason I asked time, if the incident started at 8 and progressed as fast as you could, it took you people, the ones that were in the house, until 21:15 to arrive at the hospital that is 10 minutes away. That's why I'm asking the time. How much did they spend in the house from the minute they enter to the minute they leave after the shots were fired? No matter how many shots you had, whether it's 1 or 2, but once they were done and Makumalo is shouting, they are gone or whatever she's shouting, how long were they in the house and all of that?
How long were the suspects or how long?
Yes, the time period from
Yeah.
the suspects, I'm talking about suspects.
Yes.
As they enter at around 2000, because that's what the time says in the indictment,
Yes,
and the
yes.
time they leave. So I want this time in between for the duration of the incident.
That's why I'm saying I'm not going to be specific. Kodwa akuzange uze ube isikhathi esikhulu. And mangithi after 8, I'm not exactly saying it's phela ngithi ngo 8. As I've said, ukuthi kwenzeka nini? That's after 8. Njengoba estimate ukuthi ngifike nini? That's after 5. So it's an estimation. It could be 20 past, it could be quarter past, it could be 5. Angisakhumbuli, but I know it's after 8.
Futhi-ke asikhumbule-ke isikhathi-ke ngoba konke akushoyo-ke uyaqagela noma ngaba esho ukuthi uma efika laphana kwakusemuva ko-5 akanikezi ngesikhathi eyisona nalapho uthi emuva ko-8 akathi u-8 uyaqagela konke lokho.
I take your answer, but you're still not answering my question. Whether it started at quarter past until roughly what time? It's an estimation. It's not binding on you.
But Mr. Ramsipi, the witness is clear that he doesn't want to estimate the time.
Let me leave it at that.
I think he described it as a short time. He also says everything was happening quickly.
Let me leave it at that, my lord. It's neither here nor there.
Yes.
And now you return to the house. And when did you observe first when you got to the house that the deceased had been shot?
Usubuyela ke khona endlini. Uqala nini ke noma uzoqala nini ukuthi uboneke ukuthi umufi wakhe Joe?
Ngambonelele phansi bese ngivula la skip bese ngiyabona ukuthi ngiyabona. Ngambonelele phansi.
I saw him laying there, the person on the ground. I then lifted his t-shirt and then I saw and then I saw that he
Bullet hole,
I saw a bullet hole. That's when I saw for the first time.
Yeah.
You say he was laying there. Where was he laying?
sitting room area.
The sitting room area.
Yeah.
And precisely where in the sitting room area?
Kuphi nendawo sitting room area?
Ngichazele uzothini noma ngizobe specific kodwa sitting room area ngasesayidini lethu sindala sithenga khona.
Let's perhaps sorry to interject. Let's perhaps pull a photograph. Let's start with 57 of Exhibit B. Yeah, let's referring you to Exhibit B, that's photo 57. If you can perhaps point out where you for the first time saw the victim lying.
No matter how show exact place, but somewhere la.
Even though I won't say the exact place, but somewhere here.
On this side.
Well, somewhere.
Yes.
So, for record purposes, I just want to clarify before we place it on record. That will be at the end, because unfortunately the bin doesn't show exactly. That will be at the end of the sofa on the left, or
Who's the sofa or left?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngeke ngize ngibe specific ngichaze the exact spot but ingala leli side right
No,
leli
I'm
somewhere
saying that
ngala.
I won't mention the exact spot, but it was on this side. It was laying around there on this side.
Yes.
and in what position was he lying on? What position did you find him lying on?
Or really kanjani noma kuyiphi position?
Ngingasho ukuthi wayibheke phezulu ngoba mina
He was
ngamvula la
facing
skip.
up because I just lifted up his t-shirt.
Yes.
And your testimony is that you lift up his t-shirt, and where do you notice the gunshot wound?
Uphakamisa ke iskipa wase ubona phi ke ihole le noma inqaba leli ke.
La
Yeah,
isifubeni
and
sakhe.
let us understand, or let me understand clearly what you mean by lift up.
Exactly.
Yeah, you mean like, I understand that the deceased would have been lying
on his
flat, face up.
Yes.
When you say lift up, you mean pull it up?
If he can explain, my lord, in his words, so that he doesn't say I'm putting words into his mouth.
What is the
What
question?
do you mean when you say you lifted the victim's t-shirt up to notice the gunshot wound?
Like this,
You
Like when I lift the t-shirt up like this.
you pulled it towards
Yeah.
the upper chest.
That's when I saw the bullet holder.
Ilaso sikhathi ke la ngabona khona ke inqubo lena ke yenhlanhla.
Yes.
And how was bleeding like at that stage that you observed when you lifted his t-shirt up?
Nalesikhathi ke usubona noma usuphakamisa ke iskipa ke ubona ke lonqabelela ke uphuma lokho kwegazi noma igazi lali kanjani.
Laliphuma kodwa phela hayi laliphuma heavily, but ngalibona igazi laliphuma, but hayi ukuthi lalika kune heavy flow of blood cha.
I could see I saw blood, but not that there was a heavy flow of blood. No.
Yes.
And when you see him lying there on his back, who was with him at the time?
Nalesikhathi umbona ke elele laphayana ke ebheke phezulu wayekanye nabani lapha.
Angisakhumbuli ukuthi wayenobani yazi.
I can't remember who he was with.
Angisakhumbuli ukuthi wayenobani.
I can't remember.
Yes.
And after doing that action of checking up on the wound, what else or the next action that you took?
Emumva kokuthi wenze lokho yini enye owayenza.
Ngakhumbula ukuthi abuze ithawula, bangilethela ithawula, ngalithatha ithawula ngalibeka phezu kwethi wound yakhe.
I remember that I asked or requested for a towel. The towel was brought, and then I placed it over his wound.
And just to be sure, so that there's no equivocation later as to who was pressing that wound with the towel at that stage, you are certain that it was only you at that stage that pressed the wound with the towel that you were provided with.
Unesiqiniseko ke salokho ukuthi ke wena phela umuntu ke owathatha ithawel leyo ke wapressa ngayo lapha kwinqabalele lakhe.
Ngeke ngize ngisho phela ukuthi mina kuphela ngathi mhlawumbe manje thatha credit for it, but ngambeka mina. So not going to say abanye abantu azange bambeke, ngathi mhlawumbe sengifuna ukuthatha credit yalokho.
I wouldn't say that it was myself alone as if now I want to take credit, but I am saying that I'm the one who placed it.
And having pressed that wound with a towel to stem the bleeding, what did you do next?
Emumva kwalokho, what's your thing?
Ngikhumbula ukuthi emva kwesikhathi saphuma kathiwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi khona kodwa akufonele bathi kufonela ambulance or kufonela amaphoyisa kwakhona ukuthi ngoba usaphila mphuthumisene esibhedlela, and then that's when samqubulake, if you are referring to that.
I remember that after some time, after a while, we went out because it was still in that conversation where the others were saying, call the police, others saying, call the ambulance, and then someone said he is still alive. That's when we then picked him up and we went out, if that's what we are referring to.
And at that stage, I'm referring to when you are pressing that towel on the wound. What was the victim's condition with respect, say for example, his breathing?
Ngalesikhathi ke usupress ithawel leyo ke kunqabeni ke isimo sakhe ke mayelana nokuphefumula kwakhe ke sasithini ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Why gasp?
He was gasping.
And
Yeah.
did he utter any words at that stage?
Khona wakusho ngaleso sikhathi.
Cha, akukho akusho kodwa angazi akukho akusho, but kwangumi nathi wafuna mhlawumbe ukukhuluma but kwangakhulumeki, but akukho kodwa akusho.
There's nothing he said,
That's why
but
you
to
should try
me,
gasp.
it appeared as if he wanted to say something, but he said nothing. Hence, I'm saying that he was gasping.
Yes?
Now, what was the final decision regarding to emergency treatment? Because you say there were those that said ambulance or take him to hospital because he's breathing. What was the final decision?
Sasesithini-ke esogcina-ke isinqumo ngoba uyashoka ukuthi abanye bathi ambulance, abanye bathi amaphoyisa, ukhona uthi usaphila-ke. Isinqumo esathathwa sasesithini-ke.
Samthatha samphuthumise esibhedlela.
We took him and rushed him to hospital.
Yes?
Now, on the way to hospital, as you are transporting him, was he still gasping for air, or what was his condition like now at that stage?
Nanjengoba nihamba-ke niya noma nimphuthumisake esibhedlela wayesagaspa yini?
Yebo esagaspa.
Yes, he was still gasping.
Yes?
My Lord, I see we're closer to the big adjournment. I want to move to another section, which I'd like to start at 2 or whenever we could come back, my Lord.
May we all be punctual in returning, please. We shouldn't wait for anyone. We will adjourn for lunch.
At 2, my Lord.
That's my understanding. Or
Indeed, so, my Lord. Now, Mr. Thwala, we spoke about the incident where you ran to the neighbors of the Khumalo household and you meet the son of the owner of that house. You remember that?
Sikhulumile-ke mayelana nokubaleka kwakho uye lapha kumakhelwane wasuhlangana-ke nendodana yalapha kuleya muzi. Yes.
Now, that witness, amongst other things, he will also come and testify that before the shooting happened in the Khumalo household, he heard shouting, commotion coming out from the Khumalo household.
Kokunye-ke loyo fakazi loyo-ke indodana le okhuluma ngayo uzoza-ke azotshela inkantolo ukuthi ngaphambili nje kokuqhuma kwesibhamu wezwa-ke lokumele-ke athi i-commotion-ke umsindo ophuma khona lapha kuya muzi wakwaKhumalo. Yes.
And that from his vantage point in his bedroom, he heard a commotion, shoving, coming from the Khumalo residence.
Uzwa-ke leyo commotion-ke ukhushana-ke uphuma khona-ke kuloya muzi lona wakwaKhumalo.
Yep.
Yes. I hear you.
That when he peeped against the bedroom window, he saw the back of his back, somebody in the Khumalo kitchen, and that person was wearing a white t-shirt.
Utheke uma eselubuza-ke ngefastela le kamera lakhe-ke wasebona umuntu-ke khona lapha kwaKhumalo ogqoke i-t-shirt emhlophe. Yes, I hear you.
And further that he and his father were curious about what was happening in that household, and they went out to check it out.
Wabe uthi-ke yena-ke nobaba wakhe-ke ngoba bebefisa-ke noma befuna noma be-curious-ke ukuthi bazi babone ukuthi kwenzekani laphayana base bephumela ngaphandle. Yes, I hear you.
And furthermore that whilst they, that is him, the son and the father, were standing at the door of their kitchen, it is then that they heard a gunshot and immediately saw a male person jumping into their yard.
Uthi-ke beselapho-ke nobaba wakhe-ke ila bezwa khona-ke noma belapho-ke ekhishini-ke nobaba wakhe bezwa khona-ke ukuqhuma kwesibhamu base bebona-ke umuntu wesilisa ejompela egcekeni labo. I hear you.
And furthermore that same person that jumped into the yard told them that there was a problem in the Khumalo household, that they were being attacked, and that the deceased was shot.
Nokuthi loyo muntu loyo-ke ekuyena ojompele-ke egcekeni labo-ke yena-ke wabatshela-ke ukuthi kunenkinga ekhona-ke laphana kwaKhumalo, futhi nokuthi-ke bayahlasela, kunenkinga ekhona bayahlaselwa, nokuthi umufi udutshuliwe.
Ngiyakuzwa kodwa mawukuthi uthi kwaqhuma isibhamu ngase ngiyajomba mina, kodwa bangibonanga ngiphuma ekitchen, kodwa bangibone sengijomba, kodwa ngase ngiyabatshela futhi ukuthi khona umuntu odutshuliwe. Ngizobe ngikubone kanjani lokho kwabona ngendlela abayibeka ngayo ukuthi ngangingekho endlini isikhathi kudutshula, futhi bengizobe ngikubone kanjani la ngiqale idela khona mhlawumbe.
Where I'm confused, I hear you saying that, but according to how you put it, they say that the shot went off, I then jumped into their yard and then informed them. And based on that, how would I have seen what happened and then come and tell them what happened if I jumped after the shot went off?
That witness will be called to clarify that.
That would be good. That's good.
Can I hear your argument well? You say you could not have told the neighbors about the shooting.
So what he said, or what Sir said here, Ubuti, they were standing on the door, and firstly the son saw the white guy that was wearing a t-shirt, who I think he's referring to Senzo. And then he later on said they were standing at the door, trying to figure out, trying to see what was happening. Then they had a gunshot. They did not see, and then they saw me jumping off the fence. That means that I was not part of or was inside the house, because they didn't say that they saw me running out of the house. They said they saw me jumping from the fence. So that's what I'm getting confused with. If why would I say to them, Senzo has been shot if I was not inside the house at that time? Because they're only saying that they saw me jumping off the fence. So that means I was not part of it. I was not inside the house at that time.
Lokho ngikushiso-ke ilokhu-ke umbeki noma indlela-ke umbeki asho ngakhona-ke ukuthi lo mfana-ke akushoyo-ke kwisitatimende sakhe ukuthi abangibona-ke ngisendlini noma ngiphuma-ke endlini, kodwa bangibona nje uma sengijampa-ke emuva kokuthi-ke kudutshuliwe. Lokho kusho ukuthi-ke ngabe sengifika-ke ngibachazelaphi ukuthi kwenzekani khona endlini, ukusho ukuthi bengingeke ngifike ngibachazele ngoba ngendlela abayichaza ngayo bona angibonanga ukuthi kwenzekeni, kodwa ngabe sengijomba ngibachazele ukuthi uSenzo noma umufi udutshuliwe.
Yes.
And then finally, he will also testify that he was carrying either a stick or an iron rod, and he wanted to jump into the Khumalo household. However, his father warned him that you can't go in there, whereas there's shooting going on.
Uthi-ke wayephethe-ke noma-ke kuyinduku-ke noma-ke kuyinsimbi ngesifisa noma efuna-ke ukuthi ajompele khona-ke kwaKhumalo, wabe esevinjwa ubabakhe-ke wathi awungeke-ke ukwazi ukuya ngale kwaKhumalo when there's
a ongoing shooting.
Nkathi ubona ukuthi kuyadutshulwa khona laphayana. I hear you.
Yes.
Now, having laid out this, I suggest to you that the circumstances leading to what happened in the Khumalo household on that night, it's known only by the 5 remaining adults that were in the house that night. That means it will be yourself, Longwe Thwala, Mthokozisi Thwala, Makhumalo, Zandile Khumalo, and Kelly Khumalo. So the number, in fact, it's more than 5.
So that you mentioned him twice. You said yourself.
Oh, I mentioned that's why. Yes, no, that's why.
Isimo-ke noma izimo zokuthi kwenzekani-ke laphayana noma ukwaholela kuloko kwenzeka-ke laphaya kwaziwa yilaba abawu-5 ababekhona phakathi endlini-ke ikamagama-ke awachazile ummeli uthi bona-ke bazi ukuthi kwenzekani noma isimo esaholela kuloko kwenzeka.
Yebo, ngiyakuzwa. Vele egcineni abantu abazi ukuthi kwenzakalani endlini ibona labantu babalayo, including bese ngizobala nomufi ngoba vele thina abantu ababesendlini. Okubona-ke ngaphandle nokwenzeka ngaphandle njengoba usubala nomakhelwane, ngiyacabanga ukuthi nabo bazotestifya, and ngokwazi kwami ngokucabanga kwami akubona kuphela omakhelwane labo bakamakhelwane bazotestifya. Ngiyacabanga bakhona nabanye.
Yes, as to what happened inside the house, indeed was a witness or so, was seen by the people that you have just mentioned now, including the deceased and the neighbors. Not only the neighbors that you mentioned, I think that there are other neighbors as well who would come and testify or tell the court as to what transpired.
And I put it further that you and those people that I've mentioned fabricated and fashioned this tale of intruders coming into the house and the botched robbery story.
Ngiqhubeke ngithi-ke nina-ke mangithiwe-na-ke kanye nabanye laba-ke nonke naniphakathi endlini navele nje nathatha isinqumo-ke noma nakha yonke le nto-ke ukuthi cha indlela-ke sizoyichaza ngayo sizoyibeka ngayo le nazi kamhlophe-ke ukuthi cha ayikho le nto ukuthi kunabantu abangena bezonibamba inkunzi, kodwa yinto nje nina anayakha nina labo babephakathi endlini.
Ngicabanga ukuthi lo mbuzo or ngiyangitshena ngazi kuwena lokho, but mina engikushoyo lokho kwenzakala ukuthi ngafabricator or senzana ngathi lonto ngangizoyenza nini noba nasiphi isikhathi nabo, ngoba ngichazile ukuthi kwenzeka u-A, B and C ngaze ngafika esibhedlela ngabuyela ekhaya so ngangizobe ngifabricate nini umakhelwane bela ngoba uyasho ukuthi umakhelwane babona sathi besihlangane nini lesa caucus.
That question or that statement, and I think you are telling me that would be up to you. But according to me, I came here and I told that which happened. As to the fabrication, when would I have fabricated together with whom? Because as you rightfully say that, or as you say that, even the neighbors will come. So when would we have fabricated?
And further that, the deceased, Robert Senzo Meyiwa, is not here to tell his side of the story as to what transpired on that night.
Nokuthi ke umufike yena uRobert Senzo Meyiwa akekho la ukuthi azochaza ukuthi ngempela kwenzekani ngalelo langa noma ngabe babusuku.
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
Now let me move on to another aspect of the testimony. Yoshi, if I can have a minute.
As a court case matter, just one correction. My learned friend put it to the witness that the neighbor's son would say that he had a shot and saw this witness jumping over the fence. I quickly scoured his statements. I couldn't find where he specifically said he had a shot. If maybe my learned friend can just direct us to that portion.
Yes?
I couldn't hear what Mr. Malone was.
No, you, in cross-examining, you've just mentioned something which you attribute to the son from the
Yes.
neighboring house.
Yes.
And he's saying, whatever you are saying to Mr. Thwala, this is what the neighbor's son said. He, Mr. Baloyi, went through the statement by the neighbor's son, and what you claim to have been stated by the neighbor's son does not appear anywhere in the statement made by the neighbor's son.
And in particular about the part relating to hearing of a shot, if my learned friend can just direct us to the portion where he says the neighbor's son said he had a shot.
And I believe you have that statement, Mr. Baloyi has that statement. He is saying what you claim to stand written there in that statement, as from the neighbor's son, does not appear anywhere in the statement you referred to. Mr. Advocate Ramsipid, I would have, I think, so that we be smooth, where you want to raise a question of that nature, it's better to have the statement before you.
Indeed, so my lord.
Because this is now the second time you are attributing something to somebody which is not there. In the morning it was the issue of what the witness said in the past, which the witness had not said. Now you are saying there's a statement which mentions 1, 2, 3. Advocate Baloyi says there's no such a statement.
My lord, my files are this side. If I can go through the files to get the statement of the witness.
Or do you want time to get the...
Yes, indeed, so my lord. 5 minutes will be sufficient.
Any objection?
No objection, Lord.
All I'm saying is that next time it will
I'll have the statement.
it will serve a purpose if you have the statement before you, so that when you raise such a question, we don't have to adjourn and
Indeed, so
you follow the statement.
Indeed, so in terms of section 190, subsection 1 of the CPA was added in copy. P1.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, if I refer the court to paragraph 8 thereof of P1, exhibit P1.
Yes.
And it reads, if I could decipher the handwriting, I was seated next to Senzo and we all froze as it came as a shock. Zandi's boyfriend jumped onto the suspect and grabbed the firearm.
Futhi ngale ndlela ke ngangihlezi eduze kosenzo sonke ke sabanda ke noma saploza ke nanjengoba lokho kwesethusa ke iboyfriend kaZandi yaye yajompela ke umsola yaphuca noma ke yaphuca noma yabamba isibhamu.
Is that your statement?
I-statement sakho lesi.
Yes, statement esasibhalwe shuthimila la, but leyo nto sayi-correct ngoba ngase statement is correct leyo nto futhi.
Yes, the statement that was written by me, but that particular part was corrected because I deposed to a statement correcting that point.
Now, the second point will be at paragraph 11 thereof of P1.
Yes.
Now, during your evidence in chief and in cross-examination, you kept on vacillating between the object held by the second intruder as a knife or a sharp object resembling a knife. Then at paragraph 11, you state that I then went to the second suspect who was having a knife in his hand. Let's stop it at that.
Ubufakazi bakho ke ubuhlezi ke usho ke ukuthi lo wesibili ke wayephethe ummese noma ke i-sharp object ke noma into ebuke ngathi ummese. Lana ke paragraph 11 uthi ngase ngiya ke kumsolo wesibili owayephethe ummese esandleni sakhe. Yeah. You stopped there in his head.
Was that corrected during that exercise that we embarked on?
Nale yalungiswa nayo.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi angeke izilungise ngoba ngiyasho ukuthi a sharp object or a knife. So
I think
lokho noma ngisho ukuthi
I think that it would not have been corrected because I said that he had a knife or a sharp object. Are you referring to that or something else?
I'm referring to the same thing because here you are clear, concise. It's not either or. Here it's a knife.
Lana ke awungabazi ke awujikelezi ke uthi ummese.
Yes.
yeah, ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Now, before I go to other statements, there's this evidence about the occurrences at the hospital and in particular between the two protagonists involved in this matter, that is Kelly Kumalo and Mandisa.
Kubufakazi bakho ke ushilo ke noma uchazile ke ngalokho kwenzeka ke esibhedlele phakathi kwalabo ababili ke uKelly kanye naye ke uMandisa.
And your testimony is you are adamant that there was no fight between the two at the hospital, correct?
Wena ke usho ke ungangabazi ke unesiqiniseko sokuthi yayingekho ke ifight noma ukulwa phakathi kwakhe uMandisa noKelly.
Yebo ngishilo lokho. Yayingekho i-fight between uMandisa noKelly. But abakhona i-fight yabakhona. But no enga involve uMandisa.
Yes, I said
Involve
that.
Kelly.
There was a fight. There was a fight there. It involved Kelly, but not Mandisa. But there was no fight between Mandisa and Kelly.
Tumelo Madlala has testified in this court that he was within that melee, that fracas, when the fight happened, and the fight was between Kelly Khumalo and Mandisa. And to show that it was the two, after the fight, there was a piece of a braided piece of hair that lay on the floor at the hospital.
Utumelo Madlala kuba ke ufakazi washo ke wathi wayekhona kuleyo ndawo ke kwakwenzeka lokho futhi ke kwaku nefight eyayikhona ke phakathi kwakhe uMandisa kanye naye uKelly Khumalo futhi ke egcineni ukukhombisa ukuthi impela babeluleke noma kwaku nefight eyayikhona kubona ke kwakune nenywele noma ke ipiece nje yebraiding eyayileli phansi noma eyaxoshwa phansi.
I think uTumelo lapho ke nje angazi uzothini kodwa engabusha mhlambe ke on his side ukuthi yebo ukushilo lokho ngenzeka imphikisi into ayishilo kodwa mhlambe methi Mandisa mhlambe ubani uMandisa kakhulu ngoba leyo nto yenzeka ngesikhathi kuqeda kufika uMandisa nalabo bantu abefike la but mina engitshelayo uMandisa ngiseduze kwakhe noBlomo umngane kaMandisa akuyena uMandisa owalwa noKelly Khumalo or owa-attacker or washa uKelly Khumalo.
Okay. Yes, Tumelo said that, but I think the reason why Tumelo said that, or went as far as saying that, is because that fight happened just after Mandisa arrived, together with the people that she was with. And I was standing with Mandisa as well as Blom, Mandisa's friend.
And then at paragraph 15 of P1, you say, and I quote, I can be able to identify the suspect with dreadlocks who had a firearm. I cannot identify the second one. Is that your statement?
Lana uyasho ke ku paragraph 15 ukuthi ngingamkhomba ke umsolwa lona unama dreadlocks owayephethe ispam angeke ngikwazi ukumkhomba owesibili umsolwa. Statement sakho leso.
You have a statement, Sam?
Yes, it's my statement.
And this was your statement, your contemporaneous statement made immediately on the 27th after the incident occurred, correct?
Lesi statement owasenza nje uma qeda nje ukwenzeka isigameko lesi nge-27 ngithi.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I think so, yes.
And because if you look at the date stamp, your insistence is that you made the statement on the 27th, but the date stamp for commissioning shows that it was the following day, on the 28th of October 2014.
Ngoba wena ke usho ke ngesiqiniseko ukuthi kwakuyi-27 kodwa uma ubheka lana ke kule stamp idate lana ke ababeka ngayo stamp ye-commissioner kuyi-28.
And I think the commissioning was in Pretoria, if you can check if I'm not mistaken.
Futhi ke sikommissionwa khona la ePitoli. Futhi ke uma ngenza iphutha.
Right. But it's oh, okay, right, okay, I get it. No, it's there. So this is your statement. The point that I'm trying to bring from this last paragraph, this paragraph I was reading from, is that there and then, when the events are still fresh in your mind, the only identifier to the police that you give, it's only dreadlocks and there's no physical features, facial features, or nothing.
Engikushoyo ke noma ngizama ukuveza ke lana ukuthi nanjengoba kubhaliwe lana owakusho noma ukhuluma ngabo ama dreadlocks akusho akukho la usho khona ke ukuthi la ebusweni unani akanani noma ama features ke ebusweni wakhe ukhuluma nje ngama dreadlocks kuphela.
Yebo ngiyacabanga ukuthi ukhulume ngama dreadlocks kodwa akusho phela lokho ukuthi angikaze ngiyenze ama facial features alowo muntu.
Yes, I spoke about dreadlocks, but that doesn't mean that I never gave or made facial features of that person.
Ngoba njengoba ngangithathiwe ngiye for ibani identity or identity key or something ngefacial yokwenza ubuso bomuntu ngangishilo nje ama features lapho. So
because as I was taken for the identity kit, I did mention the features there.
Now, with respect to the version of accused number 1 and 2, I'm going to be brief because we are not involved in the incidents surrounding their arrest.
Ngokumayelana nalokho okushiwo-ke noma okukhulunywa uyena-ke umangalo wokuqala nosibili angeke ngibe mude-ke ngoba wawungekho-ke noma awazi-ke ukuthi kwenze ngenkathi beboshwa.
Accused number 1 will state that he was arrested at his place of residence in Tembisa on this matter on the 29th of May 2020.
Umangalo wokuqala-ke noma umsolo wokuqala-ke uthi waboshwa-ke nge-29 May 2020 eboshelwa la ahlala khona eThembisa.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, after his arrest, immediately he was taken to some government building in Tembisa and he was badly brutalized, assaulted, tortured with a plastic bag over his head with pepper spray, police pepper spray, sprayed in that bag, and the bag held tightly against his neck so that he cannot breathe.
Uthi-ke kuningi-ke wakwenziwa lapho-ke abangukuthi ukuzwile lokhu kumele akushoyo ama-pepper spray bemshaya bemfaka uplastiki.
You are saying he was arrested in Tembisa and taken to?
He was taken, he says there's a municipality building in the same area. He was taken to some office in that building where these assaults, torture and abuse took place.
Kunebhilidi-ke uthize lakhona lapho-ke eThembisa awathathwa wasiwa kulona-ke la kwenziwa kona konke lokhu-ke akuchazayo.
Ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini. Nami ngiyazi kahle-ke lento adlule kuyona ngoba uqala ngayena kuyi-suspect mina ngu-witness.
I hear what you say, and I also hear what he went through. Now think of him as he was a suspect, and I was a witness when I went through all of that.
And perhaps, as a human being, I must stop here and say I applaud you for having exposed this. And my Lord, I'm sorry. Because us as defense lawyers, day in, day out, we go into courts and say our clients were beaten, we are told that's a lie. Now, you exposing it as a witness, and they haven't gone through that from May until they were produced in court, not 48 hours, nothing. Their families not knowing where they were from May until October, when they applied, appeared for the first time on the 22nd October 2022. How do you feel about that?
Angizothi angazi ukuthi ngizothi ngifila kanjani ngoba ubuhlungu abuzwayo yena abuzwa yena njengoba nami nginobuhlungu abuzwa kumina akazi ukuze umuntu wena ukuthi mina lo muntu ufila kanjani njengoba nami ngahlukunyezwa so egcineni angenze ngikhumelele yena uzoyikhulumela njengoba nami ngiyikhulumela.
I don't know how he felt because that the pain that he felt, because even as far as I'm concerned, no one ever asked me as to how I felt, so I cannot speak on his behalf. He will speak for himself.
Accused number 1 will testify that he was over a number of days sheltered and hidden from one police station, especially Villaria, Pretoria North, Tembisa, whilst he was beaten until a confession and a pointing out was extracted from him.
Umangalo wokuqala-ke uthi uhanjisiwe-ke ama-police station amaningi Pretoria North, Villaria, uThembisa, eshaywa-ke bemenza konke lokho bamenza khona-ke kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona-ke esevuma khona-ke futhi eseyokhomba nokhomba khona-ke.
And only once he had made those confessions and the pointings out as a sign of appeasement, they took him to his family who hadn't seen him since 29 May 2020. They specifically drove him to his homestead in KwaZulu-Natal for him to see his family.
Kusemuva-ke ukuthi enze lokho-ke noma sekhombeke noma sevumileke la bemthatha khona-ke bemnikisa kumndeni wakhe-ke e-KZN kusukela ngenkathi awaboshwa ngayo-ke ngeyi-29 zikaMeyi. Amagama-ke kwakuyihlandla lokuqala-ke eyobona umndeni wakhe.
On what date did they take him there?
My Lord, I didn't note it here, but it was weeks after he was arrested.
Yes?
Now, accused number 1 will deny that he was involved in the murder or alternatively in the plot to kill the deceased.
Ummangali oqala ke uzophika ke phikisa ke ukuthi yena ke wayengcenye noma futhi ekhona ke kwiqulo ke lokubulawa kwakhe umufi.
Khona mhlawumbe la ngidideke khona or la ngifuna ukuthola clarity khona kancane.
Sorry, there is somewhere where I got confused or where I just I'm seeking for clarity.
Uthe bamthatha bayomshaya or bamhlukumeza wase wavuma icala engalenzanga.
You said that he was taken and he was assaulted and he then admitted to something that he didn't do.
Okay.
Or confessed to something that he didn't do.
In fact, let me clarify. Unlike you, who was beaten 10 p.m. and until the next moment, him it was 3 days, 2 days, 3 days, over a period of time.
Yena ke bengashaywa ke ngokufana nawe ke ngoba wena ushaywa ebusuku kwaze kwasekuseni yena ke ama 2 days ama 3 days.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
And further that he does not know Nomzamo section house number 13511 Fosloras where this incident took place.
Well, 13511 eNomzamo section eFosloras la kwenzeka khona lokho uthi akawazi lo muzi lo.
Yebo, yes.
Yes, I hear you.
Now, with respect to accused number 2, he will state the following. He was arrested on 16 June 2020 at this place of work in Rustenburg.
Ummangali lesibili ke yena ke uthi waboshwa zi-16 June 2020 la asebenzela khona eRustenburg.
But because also you were not involved in the investigation of these matters, he also was assaulted, brutalized until he signed a confession as well.
Ngoba ke wawungesiyona ke ingxenye noma wawungekho ke kuphenyo lolocala leli ke naye ke washaywa ke bemhlukumeza bemabuse ke kwaze kwayila asayindela khona ke i-confession.
Yes.
I hear you.
Then he will state that accused number 2, he is familiar with accused number 1 because they come from, he referred to it might not as Izikoti. So unfortunately, I don't know what Izikoti is. They are neighboring Scotis.
Village.
It's a village. Yes, so he said he knows him from the neighboring villages, right? And he does not know accused number 3, 4, 5 that he met for the first time in this case.
Aqhubeke ke athi ummangalelwa woqala ke uyamazi nanjengoba bebuya ke ezigodini ezisondelelene ke akathi isigodi esodwa kodwa ke kwaumakhelwane izigodi zabo. Kodwa ke ummangalelwa wesithathu owesine nowesihlanu yena ke akabazi uqale ukubabona ngathi bevela la noma bevelela icala lona leli.
Okay, bowu2 bayazana bahlala ngandawonye nabanye akabazi. Okay.
And furthermore, that he denies that on the day that the deceased was killed on the 26th, he was not in Gauteng, he was in KwaZulu-Natal preparing 2 rituals. One, he had a deceased child that they were doing a ritual for.
Futhi ke uthi ngelenkathi noma ngalesikhathi noma leliyalanga umufi ke ashona ngalo langa i-26 October 2014 yena ke wayengekho la eGauteng esemakhaya ke ukhona umsebenzi awayolungiselela wengane eyashona.
And as well, he was preparing for the lobola for the wife because they were taking money to the in-laws to lobola the wife.
Futhi ke kulungiswa ke namaqoqwa ke nendaba yemali ke ngoba bezohamba ke beyo lobola unkosikazi.
Yebo ngiyezwa.
Yes, I hear.
And he has stated that although we haven't received it, that the police officers that arrested him, Mabena and Mohani, took him to a branch of Capitec to confirm that he indeed went to a branch to increase his limit in. Sorry, my lord, may I approach?
Yeah.
that there is proof that he was inside the branch in Kwanongoma on the 27th after this incident, having gone there on Saturday, the 25th.
So you said Mabena and?
Mabena and Mohani.
Mohani. Futhi okunye ke nokuthi ke amaphoyisa ke uMabena noMukhanye ke bamthatha ke bemsa kwigatsha ke laba Capitec la kuyokwenza khona ke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ngempela ke nge27 lezo ke waya khona lapha kuyo Capitec leyo eyokhuphula ilimit.
The statement was drawn in Joburg, but the limit was increased in Nongoma. Because
statement isadonswa khona la eGoli kodwa ke ilimit yona ke yenziwa kwaNongoma.
Therefore, he will deny that he was involved in the killing of the deceased.
And
is in no way involved in the killing of the deceased. As it pleases the court, my lord, I've got nothing further.
You say he was taken to the branch of which?
In Capitec in Johannesburg, my lord, to withdraw the bank statement.
Sorry, counsel. The witness is saying it doesn't get your point.
I don't understand. I'm just asking.
And you say it was on what date?
He doesn't have the date, my lord, because he says the police officer that were escorting him took that document away from him.
Yes.
Oh, bengifuna ukuthola bengitshela ukuthi uthi leyo nto wayenza ngomhla ka27.
No, I was under the impression that you were saying that he did that on the 27th.
So that's la ukuthi amaphoyisa you are referring to umhla ka27.
Remember, he left on the 25th for Nongoma.
Oh, 25th of October.
October
2014.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he had taken days off at work, and then the statement was made on the 27th.
So hamba nge25 eya ekhaya kwaNongoma istatement lesona ke senziwa nge27. Okay.
Nothing further.
You said the 25th of which month?
He went home, my lord, on Saturday, the 25th of October, 2014. And for the record, my lord, we are trying to have the state assist us with the subpoenaing of those documents because he does not remember the phone number he was using in 2020, and he does not remember his Capitec bank account, my lord.
Baloy?
As the court pleases, my lord, is it now referring to the assistance that is required?
Yes.
We will be more than willing to assist. We haven't been specifically approached, but should we be approached, my lord, we will gladly assist.
There you are, Advocate Ramsipi.
As the court pleases, my lord.
As it please the court, my lord, I would have been ready to proceed, my lord, but I'm just being alerted by my colleagues that it won't save any people to start the cross-examination now. Of course, we only left with, I don't know how many minutes. I think my colleague is indicating that we only left with 8 minutes to hit the adjournment time. So I feel it would be a little bit unfair to the witness to start with 2-3 questions and then thereafter go home and then come back. He's also nodding as well. So on that note, man, I will respectfully respect that we roll over the matter until tomorrow, so that when we start with the cross-examination, we know that we got a longish time to spend on the cross-examination. I won't be long though, but as it is a court.
Advocate Baloy, what do you say to?
No objection, my lord. We can stand the matter down until tomorrow.
Does everybody agree?
No objection, my lord.
The accused may rise. This case is postponed with the accused in custody. It's postponed overnight to the 9th of May 2023.
Ziyahlehlisa ke icala kuze kube kusasa nge-9 zikaMeyi 2023 nizogcina-ke phakathi esitokisini.
Mr. Madal, Mr. Thwala, you are want to be here at that time.
Yeah.
Understood.
In the meantime, Mr. Baloy and your colleagues, if we converge for a few seconds outside.
As the court pleases.
All right.